Hello and welcome to part 3 of the VEC 24 Hours of Le Mans Season 9 finale, hours 13 to 18, and we come back to you immediately with a fantastic battle for the GT lead between Kolvenbach in the 77 3-wide motorsport car and the 89 Velosim sport car. Unbelievably close. This Kolvenbach again having to be on the defence, this time from the Velis car as opposed to the dark racing car as it was not too long ago, coming through Arnage Barros looking for a way past. However, there is no way. Kolvenbach accelerating out of Arnage underneath the virtual Le Mans Series banner, of course the feeder series to VEC, where 4 of our teams here have been invited from. But Barros just doesn't seem to have the drive off of the corners, and thus allowing Kolvenbach to stay ahead. Barros has actually fallen back ever so slightly through the Porsche curves there. Perhaps a lapping traffic has given Kolvenbach a slight advantage, but this is how Le Mans works. Traffic giveth and traffic taketh away. Soon enough Kolvenbach will be held up by some traffic at some point, and Barros will gain that time back. As I say that, Barros, we've seen that Velis 89 car be absolutely extraordinary on the brakes all race long, and we saw that again, a massive amount of time gained through the 4 chicanes. Coming up through the Dunlop chicane, down through the S's, diving down, absolutely fantastic place to watch all of the cars really, because you can really see the weight change, you can see the way that they change direction, and it's just a spectacular place to watch the cars just in their natural beauty, you know, high speed flat out curves, where especially the prototype ones excel. Coming down towards the first chicane on the Honda, the Lars chicane, Kolvenbach moving to the middle of the road, just letting Barros choose which side he wants. Kolvenbach moving to the left hand side now to try and take the racing line for the first chicane. Barros is closing and closing and closing though, just showing his nose to Kolvenbach, just making sure that Kolvenbach knows that he's there. Coming through the last chicane, Barros is far closer this time into the next chicane than he was for the first. Under the rear wing, of course, these cars get significant slipstream because it creates a hole in the air, and less air resistance means you can go faster. Barros moves to the right hand side. This won't be the outside for the second chicane, the Michelin chicane, 3 wide with Nicola Hillebrand in the number 48 car, but that means Barros has managed to get past. That's a lead change for the GT class. Barros ahead of Kolvenbach, both of them very wide coming through that chicane, but Barros is currently just holding on to that position. Can Kolvenbach immediately respond with a move down into the Mulsanne corner? Kolvenbach looks to the inside. Oh, I thought that he might have done a move there. Kolvenbach does actually move to the inside on the exit of the corner, but as Barros takes a slightly wider line, which allows him to have a slightly better exit onto the flat out section up towards Indianapolis. I say that, was that my back off on the gravel behind them? No, it's not. It can't be my back. He's not driving at the moment. But indeed, two. Oh, very, very squirrely there from Kolvenbach. Pedro Ramada has fallen off this battle quite a bit though. I'm not sure what's happened to the dark racing driver. But Burrows now trying to defend as hard as he can from Kalvenbach, coming up towards the Porsche curves. This is the last bit of the public road before of the lap before you start getting onto the custom-made track. And here we go, taking the right-hand corner. Up the hill into the double left-handed apex, over the crest just there. Very easy to get that corner wrong. Down, and you need that weight shift. Absolutely perfect in order to get ready for this right-hander, and again for a Virage Corvette, a real challenge in car handling through that section of the track. As Kalvenbach comes into the pits, I do believe the slow car is the 95 of Baumbach. That's the SimHQ Motorsport number 95 car. The engine's gone in that. Oh, is the engine gone in that car? No, it's just dirt being thrown up. I thought that was the engine. And indeed that is a code 80 for the first time in part 3. I'll just go and quickly look back to see what happened to Baumbach in that number 95 car. Because I did see a car in the grass as the GC battle came up towards Indianapolis. I shall just see what happened to him. This happened before Mulsanne Corner. In fact, it did happen at Mulsanne Corner. Just coming down towards Mulsanne, over the hump, down the hill. And he's just completely broken himself. He's broken his left. Oh my goodness. That is a massive hit. He's hit the tyre barriers at the end at about 120 kilometers an hour. A massive hit for Baumbach there. It was just complete brain fade, possibly driver fatigue, but that was a massive hit for the SimHQ car. There's suspension damage on that, and there's going to be massive damage. That's going to take a long time for them to repair. And indeed we are going back to green. So Baumbach in the pits with significant damage. There has indeed been a driver change for the Red Motorsports car. Waitala is now in that car. Just gonna have to see when Barros makes his pit stop and decides whether he changes driver or not. Just having a look in the waiting area. Is there anyone from that team? I don't think there is, although there is someone waiting from the 175 car. The Caspian Motorsport car. Milichuk Mackley's in the waiting room to take over from Jalal Jalali. Also, Kieran Parkin is there, waiting to take over from Ethan Pate. Indeed, Ethan is currently in the pits, and I imagine that will change to Kieran Parkin. Indeed, we will see if Barros comes in this time round, just coming through Indianapolis, the banked corner. Next up is Arnage, the off-cambered right-hander, the slowest corner on the track. Indeed, it's 20 minutes of damage for that semi-HQ car after that massive shunt at the end of the Mothman Strait. Barros coming through the long right-hander. Now Virage Corvette a couple of turns before the end of the track. Does Barros and number 89 Velosim Sport come in this time round? He decides not to, so an extra lap for that Corvette C7R. As I shall just step away for a couple of minutes, just to stretch my legs a little bit. And here I am, I should say, back, and there has been a lead change in LMP2. The flatline racing car, the number 31, has taken over from the number 32. The number 32 Atlantic Motorsport car. That's the word I was looking for. And Tunga Guardia has just come into the pits because he's lost the front end of the car. He had a massive wiggle coming through. This coming through Virage Corvette. Just got on the curb on the inside a little bit too hard. Lost the rear end and slapped the wall. Firstly with the rear, then the front. The front bodywork has came off. Has he got any suspension damage? Just having a look before he came into the pits. I think he's got ever so slight suspension damage, has Tunga Guardia. So, a little bit of a problem there for the 32 car. But you've got to remember, these championship implications. They can finish second and still be guaranteed a championship no matter who comes first. And with the 31 being in the lead, they can even come third and still take that championship. Can actually even come fourth and still take the championship as well, I do believe. Indeed, they can come fourth because if that happens, the 31 will lose out on the championship by 4 points. There we go. So Tunga Guardia can stay here. As what is happening? because he's driving along the pit lane, keeping on driving along. Has he now managed to find his pit box? Very interesting what's actually happening to Guardia here. Yeah, now he's found his pit stop, so I can see the car going up on the jacks. Really not a good lap there for Tonga Guardia. That's them just going a full lap down on the flatline racing cars. That must have been there must have been far more problems for Guardia on that last lap. Paul Schumann's also came into the pits. That's them down into third place is the Atlantic P2 car. The next car on track is Nicola Hillebrand in the Magenta Warriors car, and he's just coming down towards Mulsanne Corner, so I do believe hopefully the damage on that 32 car will be fixed by them. Cavella still in the lead in that number 21 Vela Simsport car. Jakovic just coming through the four chicanes. We can see what his lead is. Cavella's lead is a healthy 1 minute 44. Nice lead there for Cavella. Very nice lap there by Cavella. Just having a quick look through for the fastest lap of the race so far, and that's currently being held by GNS. The Nissan has got the fastest lap of the race so far, a 21.496 for the Nissan GTR allowing. Kevin Parkin is indeed now at the wheel of the 2 car. Stephen Bailey's managed to get that 3 car back into 4th place. Roughly where it was from most of the beginning of the race actually was the 3 car up in 4th place, but had massive misfortune a couple of times due to incidents. It's managed to climb its way back up. Reece Garner still sitting in 6th place in that 24 Magenta Warriors Nissan, despite that disconnection earlier on, that Australian internet really showing its worth. April Dillon's actually now in that 32 Atlantic Motorsport car, changed over from Tonga Guardia. Still in 3rd place though, it would mean that they still have the championship. Has Barros has just made his pit stop. So that's the pit stop done for the Vela's 89 car. He's just making his way out the pit lane. Waitala in the 77 3-wide motorsport car is being followed by Pedro Ramada. Barros just coming up to speed, coming out of the pit lane. It's the three of them, absolutely nose to tail, coming through the Dunlop chicane. Absolutely extraordinary. The three cars can be this close after almost 12 hours, and that's Pedro Ramada gone through up into second place in the GTA class. That's Dark Racing up into second. So close between all three of them. Dark Racing trying now chase down the number 89 Velos Motorsport car. And Alex Wadala is just ready to pick up any pieces should anything happen between these two drivers. Coming down towards the second chicane, there's a P2 trying to weave his way through the... it's not P2 even, it's a P1. It's Niki Jakovic in the number 4 Virus Porsche 919 is trying to make his way past all three. Jakovic flashing his lights at current GT leader Gurga Gaglibaros. But Boros appears to have made a little bit of a breakaway from Ramada actually, after that squabble between Ramada and Wojtala coming up into the Dunlop chicane, and Wojtala has dropped right off the back of Ramada. Wojtala very deep into Mulsanne corner though. That's certainly not going to help him in his pursuit of second place. It's just really a testament to the calibre of the drivers here in the VEC that three cars, the top three in GT, can be this close after 12 hours of racing. Actually, the top, indeed the top 5, that's a lie, the top 6. Yeah, the top 6 are all still on the same lap in GT as well, after 12 hours of racing. Absolutely wonderful testament to VEC, the SRC, and the calibre of driver. In fact, the BOP is so good and allows cars like this with such different strengths and weaknesses to compete extremely competitively on the same track. Ramada managed to put like 4 seconds on Wojtala that last lap. Perhaps Wojtala isn't as comfortable with that car. Arne Schoenvliet in 4th place, for example, just at a 3:58.8 compared to Wojtala's 4:05.5. And 3... There we go. 12 hours gone. 12 hours to go. Halfway through the race, a full length of Sebring done, and another length of Sebring gone. 2 regular season races done, 2 regular season races to go. And I sure hope that we have as much fun in the second half as we did in the first. Time for the next R Factor 2 hourly update. In the lead of the race at the moment and currently in the pits, exactly on time to take the checkered flag at the right time, is Alexei Cavella in the number 21 Vela Simsport Audi R18. In second is Nicky Jakovic in the number 4 Team Virus Porsche 919. In third, Jimmy Broadbent in number 22 GNS Endurance Nissan GTR LM. In fourth is Stephen Bailey in the number 3 Doug Henson Racing Audi R18. And in fifth is Daniele Pizzo in the number 5 Scuderia GT Italia Audi R18. First in LMP2 is Mark Fuller in the Flatline Racing 31 car. Second is Nicholas Probudnik in the 46 Seawolf Net Race car. Third is April Dillon in the Atlantic Motorsport 32. Fourth is Nicola Hillebrand in the number 48 Magenta Warriors Racing car. And fifth is Augusto Arias in the 47 MVD Racing team. In GTs, just is Grigeli Barros in the number 89 Vela Simsport car, just followed by Pedro Ramada in the number 84 Dark Racing, then followed by Alex Boitala in the 3 Wide Motorsport 77. Those three also close. In fourth place is Arne Schoenvliet in the number 94 Vela Simsport car, and in fifth is Lewis Ridshaw in the Flatline Racing 53. So we have a yellow in the final sector. We did have a yellow in the final sector. Perhaps someone has lost their front end. Of course, the final sector here lasts from just before Mulsanne Corner all the way round to the start-finish line. So a massive... Rhys Gardner has crashed. Rhys Gardner has crashed at the second chicane. The number 24 Magenta Warriors Racing Nissan GTR LM was in 6th place. Rhys Gardner, the Australian, coming down into the second chicane, just loses it under braking and hits the tyre barriers on the inside that you're supposed to weave through if you're going to miss the corner. A terrible misjudgment on the part of Rhys Gardner there. Christian Michel's taken over from, in that leading number 21. Christian Michel now in that car. And now we're going to have a code 80 for Rhys Gardner. And they're into the code 80, and if I can find my pen, I shall just do some quick championship calculations. Here's my sheet of paper from earlier. I'll see what I can do, obviously all in my head now. Of course, since the last time I did calculations, 6 hours into the race, the Vodville car has DNF, so obviously no chance of winning for them. Certainly, as it stands in the P1 Championship, Virus would take it by 2 points over the 21 car of Vela Simsport. Very close, but Virus cannot afford to lose a position if they want to keep this championship. It appears that Atlantic Motorsport, if it finished as it does at the moment, Atlantic Motorsport would win the P2 championship by 9 points over the 46 car, which is the Seawolf Net Race car. They went by 9 points over Seawolf. And in the GT class, the 94 car of Velis would win it by 6 points over the Dark Racing car. So still, all to play for at the moment. If the race did finish at the moment, it would be Virus winning the championship overall, Atlantic winning it in P2, and Velis, number 94, winning it in GT. But there's still 12 hours to go. No one knows what can happen in 12 hours, and anything can happen in endurance racing. Gardner in the now stricken 24 car who just came through Maison Blanche, so no doubt will be wearing green very soon. Jimmy Broadbent has taken this opportunity to come in and take a pit stop under at least Park Code 80. Gardner is now into the pit lane, but you've got to remember the pit lane here at Le Mans is actually very open. There's no way to conceal it from the track. So in order for the Code 80 to be recalled, it really has to come in behind the walled section, as the 24 car is now. Indeed, this is us going back to green yet again. That's us back to green with 11 hours and 51 and a half minutes to go. Pedro Gomez, I believe that's a change for that number 19 car. I think that is a driver change. Jimmy Broadbent is back out after taking that pit stop under at least Park Code 60 rules. Code 80 rules, I should say, rather. But in this GT lead battle, Boitala has fallen off the back of it, but it's unbelievably close between Barros in the 89 Velosim Sport car, Pedro Ramada in the 84, as that's a P2 gone off. That's a P2 gone off at Indianapolis. It's Paul Schumann in the Champion Racing car. Let's see what happened to Schumann. Just goes out far too wide under Indianapolis, gets on the marbles. You cannot stop on the marbles. Just hits the barrier on the outside of Indianapolis. The front end of the car comes off. But it appears that it's just aero damage and no suspension damage for Schumann. But Barros has managed to get a very nice launch off of Arnage and has gained a little bit of time over Ramada. We have a very close battle between two other cars on track. Just trying to find it as it's very close for the P2 battle. That is April Dillon, I believe, has just passed both of these GTA cars. It's caused Ramada to close up ever so slightly through the Ford chicanes. Now Barros has pulled away from Ramada under acceleration. Number 2 and the number 7. This is for Pardon me, this is for 6th place overall. They're battling on track as well. The Nico Barkley in the 7 car, Kieran Parkin in the 2, coming down into the first chicane. Parkin managed to gain a lot of time, and Barkley with a massive wiggle on exit. Trying to keep my eye on 2 battles at once. Kieran Parkin in the slipstream of Nico Barkley, getting closer and closer and closer. Pulls out to the left hand side. We'll have the inside line for the second chicane. Parkin momentarily up into 6th. What can he do? Braking hard. That is Kieran Parkin through on Nico Barkley for 6th place overall. In the GT class, coming out of Tetra Rouge, Barros has managed to get a fantastic run. Ramada is nowhere close. Going back to the battle for 6th. Nico Barkley is closing in on Nicky and Parkin now. As is the nature of Le Mans, as is the nature of the draft, cannot make a move down into Mulsanne corner. Barkley still behind on the run up to Indianapolis through the 3 Kings before the braking zone. They're coming up on Kristen Meyer as well in the PRL Logitech car. You've got to see what Meyer does. They should be able to catch him before Indianapolis. They both move to the inside. In fact, they're not actually going to be able to catch them before Indianapolis. They managed to Parkin managed to go around the outside of Meyer. In the corner of Indianapolis itself. Nico Barkley manages to do the same, but Parkin has managed to use that traffic excellently as a pick, and has managed to gain a nice little gap to Barkley behind. Deep Parkin has started to pull away from the 7 car. But Barros has managed to pull away from Ramada actually quite nicely since the previous lap. It seems Barros, for the time being at least, has a nice little gap over Ramada and should be safe for now. I say for now. Schumann is in the pits to fix that damage. Reese Gardner also in the pits fixing damage. We have unfortunately lost 6 cars from this race. There's still 34 cars circulating. You see that as Lewis Redshaw is in the pits as well. Seems to be a scheduled stop for the Flatline Racing GT car, the 53. But we have lost 3 cars in this race. Salvo Sardina in that number 901 Scuderia GT Italia car, one of our championship contenders coming into the race. We've also lost the 33 Bella Sim Sport P2 car. Also lost his 71 Talking Door Racing, the only Aston Martin Vantage we've actually had in the grid. We've lost James Johnson, another championship contender, in that number 14 Vodbull Racing Porsche 919. We've lost Ryan Walker in the 64 Satellite Racing car due to a double downshift. And we've also lost the rare endurance car of Robin Toll. I'm not exactly sure what's happened to him. I do believe that is a proper DNF for that car. Barkley though is caught up to parking a little bit coming over this last lap. And he might well be in the draft now, so Barkley's starting to come back ever so slightly to the number 2 DHR car. Barkley seems to have lost a lot of time though to that Indianapolis Arnage section. Perhaps Parkin has a slightly more downforce in his car compared to Barkley. The Ramada has closed up on Barros very nicely, coming out of the second chicane on the final round down towards Mulsanne Corner. Parkin trying to navigate the Flatline Racing P2 car and has done so wonderfully, and that's actually going to hold up Barkley slightly in the second of the chicanes. Again, the traffic being very nice to Parkin, not so nice to Barkley. Now Ramada is right underneath the rear wing of Barros. Will Ramada make a move coming into Indianapolis? The answer appears to be no. He seems to be too far away still. Marcel Offerman's right in front of these two. Barros trying any way he can to keep the Ramada driver behind him. It seems to be working still. Sorry, the Pedro Ramada, dark racing car driver. Seems to be working so far, coming up towards the Porsche curves. Barros coming up on the Sim Racing for Holland car of Marcel Offerman's, coming through the left and the right, the left and the right, slowing up Barros ever so slightly. That's just allowed Ramada to get right under the rear wing of the Velis driver. Ramada with a big overspeed now, looking towards the inside of Dunlop curve. There's no room there though, does not quite have the overlap. Ramada going for the crossover through the Dunlop chicane does not work, does not gain any time. Marcel Offerman will be starting to get shown the blue flag. He only has a certain amount of time before he has to comply with it, and I imagine he'll comply on the run out of Tetra Rouge. Barros following Marcel as close as possible in order to gain as much slipstream from him, and that's both of them pulled out. Marcel lifts off the throttle ever so slightly to let both of them pass. Indeed, dark racing is still there as Jimmy Broadbent is behind the current third place driver, flashing his lights, just letting both these GT cars know that he's there. Broadbent takes to the hard shoulder yet again, like he did at the very beginning of the race. Very interesting move from Mr. Broadbent, let's put it that way. Ramada getting ever closer to that Vela Sims work car, number 89, currently driven by Gargali Barros. Nicola Hillebrand making his move on Pedro Ramada to put him yet another lap down. Of course, Hillebrand in the P2 car, the Magenta Warriors P2, compared to Pedro Ramada in the LMGT car. Moitala's just sat there, not too far behind actually. He's losing a little bit of time each lap, but he sat there not too far behind, just waiting to pick up any pieces should anything happen between these two. But Pedro Ramada must know that if he gains that place just ahead of him, only a second or two ahead of him, that's him got the championship. That's the dark racing car, got the championship. All he needs to do is pass the 89 car. But of course the 89 car will be doing its best to not only win the race for itself, but be the team player and help win the race for its teammates. Then win the championship, I should say. Win the championship for its teammate, the 94. Coming through the Dunlop chicane, these two coming through the Dunlop chicane for the 175th time. I must say though, as it currently stands, I think my guesses for the number of laps for each class is going to be pretty spot on. I did say the LMP1 class would do 395 laps. They appear to be on course for doing that. I would say I was saying the P2 class would do 365. They appear to be aiming slightly below that at the moment. I'd probably say more like 360 they're probably going to do at the moment. I did say the GT cars would do 340. That seems about right for the situation at the moment as well. As Nikola Probadnik comes in the 46 Seawolf Net Race Motorsport car, second place in P2 comes into the pits. As does the leader, Fuller in the 31 Flatline Racing car has also came into the pits. Fuller with almost a full lap's lead over Probadnik. We have a yellow in the middle sector. Cleared now. Stephen Bailey's in the pits in number 3. It appears that it might have just been someone who had a little half spin, possibly at Tetra Rouge. It's so easy to do. Because I've just scrolled through the cars and I see no damage to any of them. So I think it might just be a small spin for someone, say at Tetra Rouge, or just going straight on possibly at one of the chicanes. We currently do have 3 cars on the lead lap. Jimmy Broadbent is just in the lead lap. Broadbent coming down towards the start-finish line now, and Michelle just coming towards the end of the Porsche curves. The long right-hander is he. So Broadbent just on the lead lap. There's currently 3 cars in the lead lap, and then Stephen Bailey is 2 laps behind. I can't remember how long ago, but Jimmy Broadbent has a warning for track limits. Probably wasn't actually that long ago. It seems Jimmy Broadbent didn't actually get in the car that long ago. Stephen Bailey back out in that number 3 car. Fuller and Dillon are nose to tail on track. 31 32, 10th and 11th are nose to tail on track. However, Dillon is just over a full lap behind Fuller. So he needs to unlap herself from him and then and then try and catch him up by yet another lap in 11.5 hours. Not impossible to do, but unbelievably difficult. Rosen and Ramada almost still tied by a towing rope. As they come down towards the first chicane, Ramada still within that towing distance of Burrows. Ramada still looking for a way past Burrows, but there appears to be that Ramada just doesn't quite have the pace to pass him at the moment. As back with us, we have the Geordie, Nick Ducombe.
How are we doing? That was a very interesting little stint there, a couple of core areas, and I'll tell you the main thing that happened in that stint with me, I got a little bit too excited and and actually missed my pit stop, so I had to go around.
Oh no.
About 160 mile an hour, top speed, 170 just to fuel save, and I made it. All I had was visions of VLMS.
Oh no.
You remember when it got in the Porsche curves and just ran out of fuel?
Yeah, the SimHQ car, wasn't
Yeah.
it? Oh no, it's Simtech car, wasn't
Simtech.
it? Sorry. It
He
did
was in the
mashing
lead,
my
wasn't
neck
it?
at the wheel, wasn't
Everybody
it?
else went into the pits and he went around again, and it was the big debate: have they got the fuel? Well,
They didn't.
yeah, they did. I got to the Porsche curves and I had 3 litres left, and I got in the pits and I
Nice.
had 2, so it was all right. The fuel saving worked.
Fuel saving worked.
I was
So you're
driving.
now up.
I was. The stint was going that smoothly that before I realised that, doof, pit light came on. Jesus, is that the time? So
You're now up into 31st place overall.
we're doing alright.
Up a few places from when you left.
Yep, it's just slow and steady. I was unfortunate that just at the start of the shift, coming into the second chicane, I caught lights to the left, and that was Ryan and the satellite, unfortunately. And we've been talking to him about what happened, and he's rectified the problem for future races now, so that's okay. And obviously that's a bit sad that they've dropped out after all the work that they've done.
That 64 car was in a very nice run in the top 10 for most of the
Yeah,
race.
that's what they were saying, that battled their way to the top 10, so it was the winner doing a good spot. And then after there was another restart, just behind Paul Schumann, and as we got the green, running down into Indianapolis, he just went straight ahead. So, is the car okay?
Schumann's front bumper came off in that
Yeah.
and I think they just took that time to swap over to Hillebrand.
Yeah,
The 48 car.
I thought the line was.
Oh no, sorry, they're in the champion racing car. They're the 38. They swapped over to Campbell.
Yeah, I thought. Yeah, he came in obviously after the Code 80 tyres might have not been up. Plus I thought the line was a bit tight, and he just missed the braking point and went straight ahead.
As Daniele Pizzo comes into the pits in the Scuderia GT Italia 5 car.
How are you feeling yourself, Neil? Are you okay?
I'm feeling wonderful. How are you?
Good. That stint went quite well. Ben's in the car now, so double stinting all the way through until the early hours, I think.
Nice.
Just wondering who's going to get the sunrise. It's close. It could be coming towards the end of my stint into his.
So who's currently winning in your little bet with best lap time?
Me.
You are. How much are you winning by?
I'm going to bring it up in check.
Gonna bring it up in check.
Yeah. We'll see. But it's just a little side bet. I've already won a pint off him at Silverstone because you wouldn't believe that I would play a track on my show to open the show when I did, and so I won a pint that way. He knows not to bet with me.
And there's about 2 hours, 2.5 hours until sunrise starts.
That's
So
it's good. I'm looking forward to that.
So you may well get a sunrise in your stint.
That's good. But we're making our way back up. We're there, 31st spot. We're about 4 laps down, I saw.
Yeah.
But we're coming back. Car's nice and steady. I actually changed the brake pressure for that stint. Dropped it down to 92, just for the cooler temps, and it pulls the car in nicely.
I've always found personally, just compared to other people I drive with in my home club, if you will, I always find I run a much lower brake pressure than everyone else. I'm not sure why. It might just because I've got a lead left foot, to be honest.
It might be. I adjusted the pressure in the properties on my pedals. I use the CSLs, Fanatec. So I adjusted them, and then obviously in game, depending on the track temperature and things like that. My first stint I ran at 95. This stint I ran at 92. At a 53, I think it was, front to rear. And it just pulls the car in nice. So.
How do you find your brake biases to your teammates? Because again, I find that I'm probably the person that always has the brake bias the furthest rearward, and everyone else just generally tends to find the car undrivable. Might just be my sort of driving style though. But I tend to have the brake bias quite rearward.
Yeah, I'm the same because of the way I've got my brakes set up in properties and that. It normally could understeer in and flat spot the tyres, which you don't want. But if I have it rearward, the way the car's set up, it turns it in nicely, sort of like in and out, power down nice. Most of it, like everybody seems to feel the setup works for them, so it's obviously it's doing well for them as well. But brake bias is quite personal, I think, because like when I first started driving, I used to find that I needed it more to the front, whereas as I've gone on, I've gone like a few guys and gone more rear. It's strange.
But Pedro Romanda has made his next pit stop. That means we'll expect Barros and Waitala to be in within the next couple of laps. Again, the 89 and the 84 appear to have been absolutely unsteppable over that previous entire stint.
I find that sort of like happens, doesn't it? You get a couple of cars nose to tail or within a nice timing of themselves. Push it. I think they tend to push each other, don't they?
You just have to see when that 89 car decides to come in. Of course, that 89 car has been driven by Eunice Ravio and Gergely Barros for the vast majority of the race, actually. Possibly the entirety of the race. If I remember correctly.
21 and 4 back up at the front. I like that. I'm just catching up on how the lay of the land is with it, in regards to the way the race is panning out at the minute. I gotta say, when you're driving along, that Nissan, when it comes and flies by you, you're like, okay, you've got some pace.
It's just got a little bit.
It just flies by. It just absolutely hurtles by.
Seeing it's hurtling by the broadband. Took 7 seconds out of Adam Taylor that last lap.
I'm not surprised.
It took about 2. It took almost 3 seconds out of the leader. He gained 3 3/4 seconds over Stephen Bailey, the car behind him. He is absolutely on fire at the moment, the 22 driver.
Yeah, on my first stint, he dropped the fastest lap of 3:22, and I noticed on my second stint just there, he dropped in a 3:21. He's just done a 3:24 there, so he's on fire. The Atlantic Motorsport P2 have got a 2-lap lead, which is they'll be happy about that.
The Atlantic P2 at the moment is currently down in 4th place. They just swapped places with the 48 car.
Magenta.
Magenta, which would be fine for them to actually win the championship at the moment. Indeed, they would still have 5 points in hand over Magenta. They would still have 5 points in hand, so perhaps 32 car crew getting a little bit nervous now.
Yeah. It was just done a 3:47, whereas Magenta 3:40. Seawolf 3:43. Flatline 3:46 in the last. So the times are varying. depend on traffic. It's in such a...
That's because April just made a pit stop on that last lap.
Yeah, there you go.
Because her current lap is coming up to being 4.5 minutes. So that would be a pit stop last lap for the 32 car.
Definitely. Yeah, 4:30. She's won a few stints. She's done quite a while in that car. She's really thrown it about.
Has Dylan never afraid to throw the car about. Always will push as hard as she can, and that's shown because she knows she needs to try and get time back from when Tom Gagardia had that incident in the earlier in the race.
Yeah, she's only 8 seconds adrift of Magenta Warriors. But the second, third and fourth are a lap down on Flatline.
Flatline with just over a full lap's lead at the moment.
Yeah. That's been a good comeback.
Barros and Moitala yet to make that pit stop though. Will need to soon.
I still think the race will shake out in the last 3-4 hours. It'll be all to play for. Everybody will know where they are. It's like when the sun comes up, everybody just looks at it with a new set of eyes, don't they, really?
And that is now Whitala in the pits, actually in 3-wide car. And Pedro Ramada's got past Alex Whitala.
Yep.
How far ahead is he though? Pedro Ramada just coming down, diving in the S's. Whitala still in the pit lane, so quite a sizable gap between Whitala and Ramada.
I must admit, watching Ramada GT in the VLMS league, they were absolutely on fire in that league.
They were the best by far. They were a class above the rest in the LMS.
Very consistent. All the drivers, didn't matter who was in, they were always within tenths of each other on the series of laps that they used to drive. .40 seconds adrift of Barros.
40 seconds, very close to full what you lose for just a normal service here.
Yep, like a normal service.
Just a fuel service, yeah.
And Vitala's obviously just done the pits and he's 29 seconds down, so that was a fuel run. And then Almeida 34 seconds adrift. So the top four are all on the same lap, so it's all about the pits and tyre strategy and driver strategy. When to swap, full service normally with a swap.
Witala spun it though. Witala spun it at the second chicane.
Oh. Has
It
he
tried
gone in
to
too
go
deep, do
up.
you think?
Yep, he tried to go up the inside of Marcel Offermans to lap him again. But just
Offline.
went too. It just went too deep and just seemed to lock up the rear slightly and looped the car around. It
Yeah.
didn't touch the barrier though, so just a little bit of lost time there for Waytal and no damage to the car though.
Yeah, it's dropping back a few seconds. Just gather his thoughts and go again. But it's easily done when you're offline your normal line for the entry, and then coming along you want to overtake the car. It throws you offline if you take the inside line, doesn't it?
For us going yet another lap.
Interesting. Ramada keeping steady, 39 seconds behind though, with a Vital has now dropped to 44 seconds back from Ramada. Almeida's been able to take a little advantage of that as well. He's within 15 seconds now with Vitala.
Perhaps 3 wide in danger of losing their podium after being in the lead for quite a while in this race.
But the thing is, there's still over 11 hours to go, so regain what he'd lost quite easily in the next hour, couple hours or so.
We just had a quick yellow in the final sector. I'd imagine that would be for someone going too deep into Indianapolis. Because that seems to be quite a common mistake we've actually seen here during this race. Our team's going far too deep, or at least individual drivers perhaps losing it, or you know, just going a little bit too deep into Indianapolis.
If you get Indy wrong, it's certainly it can gather your car up quite quickly.
It's because it's just such a high velocity corner, isn't it? And there's really no room for error because of that sharp right hand kink beforehand.
Yeah, you either go in flat or you drop one gear, turning in next to the rumble strip, keep a nice tight line, and then that normally gathers you round to the left kink. But it's get it right, it's a great corner. But if you get it wrong offline or brake that little too late, then it'll just gather you up.
Although we haven't actually seen it as often in this race, we've seen it a couple of times, I believe. It's although not as sort of like severe, Mulsanne corner is actually a very tricky braking point as well.
It can. If you get that a bit late, because obviously you're still flat, you got to pick your brake spot and shift down without unsettling the car. And then if you got traffic in amongst that as well, then especially if it's a GT, you've got to take into consideration their brake point, and then the domino effect with your brake point to make sure that you can get yourself in a nice position exiting the corner to use the extra power you've got.
I would say that I do think Mulsanne's actually the hardest braking zone on the circuit.
Yeah, it's normally the only place where I normally get told that your rears are heating up. Yes, Neil Healy's back on the cabs.
What could possibly go wrong? Yet
Nothing.
again. Nothing can go wrong.
I still think altogether we're doing quite well, aren't we? With the amount of cars still running at this time, with just over 11 hours to go.
34 cars still running. Now Barros is in the pits. Let's see where Petro Ramada comes out.
Yeah,
Barros has started moving again. Keep an eye on Petro Ramada.
fuel only, isn't it? Yeah, he's out.
Yep, fuel on it.
33 seconds. I like the skin actually as well.
Ramada's taking the lead. Ramada has managed to jump Barros in the pit lanes.
So that's a nice little battle that'll develop there, with the pit strategy.
It should well be. So that is now the 84 ahead of the 89.
Dark Racing take the lead. Velasim Sport second in GT class.
With Dark Racing get those extra 10 points, that now swings the championship towards Dark. Dark would currently win by 4.
This is what we want, isn't it?
It's just so close between all of these championships. Just one position in each of these championships can swing it the other way completely.
Indeed. We saw that first within the P1 class. Mr. Bailey in the car, number 3.
Bailey's been in that car for quite a while. We
Yeah.
know that he absolutely loves Le Mans.
I would imagine he'll go all the way through till about 4 or 5 o'clock, is he? Gonna do a 4 stints?
I thought you were
4 or
going to
5
say all
stints?
the way to the end there.
No, I don't think he'll ever do that again. I don't think he'll do a Daytona again. It was after that drive that Jimmy brought the rule in of 70%. So,
But for people's sanity.
yeah, it was after that drive. Awesome. I think it was season 4. I think he did it in.
It's either 3 or 4, I believe.
Yeah. Because I was in the P2 car at the time with Deuces, and he was in the GT, and I was like, he's just driving around and round and around, and there was nobody else taking over.
Let's wait a little bit though till we get the proper lap down comparisons now between Barros and Ramada.
Yeah. I think it'll be close.
Something also that's worth keeping an eye on is the battle between Nico Barclay and Kieran Parkin. This has been going on for a nice little while now, actually.
It's been a little burner.
Parkin managed to get past Barclay quite nicely, actually. A nice move into the second chicane, if my memory serves me correctly. And has been able to just keep Barclay at bay ever since. But perhaps that gap is going getting closer and closer now. On that last lap, Barclay actually had a pit stop that last lap.
Yeah, partly had a pit stop. But the times are still quite high throughout the P1 class. So nobody's letting up, are they? They're still going for it.
Barclay held up quite badly by a GT car there, and that's showing. He's lost 3 seconds.
Yeah, it doesn't take much to
Sorry, he gained 3
lose
seconds
time.
that last lap, I should say.
Flatline racing into the top 10, yeah. Sitting 10th overall, first in class.
P2's up into 10th overall. Of course, I think earlier on at the very beginning of the race, I think we had a GT car up in like 13th place overall. Or something stupid like that.
Must have rocket boosters.
Barkley with a little bit of a Barkley with a little bit of problem this lap so far because he's lost a whole load of time to parking.
Something's up because Kieran's just done a 3:30.6 and Nico has done a 3:27.6.
Yeah, that was the last lap, so perhaps just the traffic's
Yeah.
not been as nice to Barkley this lap.
Hasn't been so kind, has it?
Because that's literally all it can be. It's just catching a little bit of traffic at the wrong time.
Yeah, certainly. There's a few places you really don't want to catch the traffic in, or your lap time's going to drift into the late 20s, maybe into the 30.
Jimmy Broadbent's last lap, though, is only just over a tenth of his best lap of the race, a 21.6. He gained 7, almost 8 seconds on Adam Taylor that last lap, and gained over 3 on Stephen Bailey behind him. But getting massive chunks of time like that out of Adam Taylor, I think it'd be encouraging for the GNS driver.
Yeah, they all add up if you can do it every other lap, every lap, if you could. He'll soon bring himself back in onto Adam Taylor's rear bumper, that's for certain. And I think the fact that Mr. Bailey's in the car following him, I think that might be a little spur that Jimmy needs to even push even harder.
Stephen Bailey is a good 2 laps down, or at least a lap and a bit down. And then Jimmy Broadbent.
The last thing he'll want to do is have Bailey catching him up. You'll want to keep them there. That's the whole thing. If GNS keep the distance they've got now, they've got a podium spot.
Martin Buchan is in the pits as well, in the number 54 Atlantic Porsche 911. He's coming out the pits. Stays 25th in class. 25th overall, I should say. Whoops, 25th overall, 8th in class.
Yep. Three odd minutes down, but he'll get that. You can tell some of the times that they're catching traffic, especially within the P2 times. P1 not so much, because with their outright power they can get through a lot easier in certain places.
P2 has the very unique position though of lapping and being lapped at the same time.
Yeah. Like there was a point in time I was just about to move out on the run down to the Mulsanne, and suddenly I had a blue flag behind me. Oh. Okay. Spanking drivers.
But really, agreeing with the comment by Matthew Presley in the YouTube channel, in the YouTube chat, is Nighttime Headlight Simulator 2017. It really is. It's like watching. It's just almost like watching headlights in the dark. Especially coming down that Mulsanne Strait, because really not much of it is under street lights, or at least under lighting.
Yeah,
I do believe only the two chicanes have external lighting.
yeah, most of the track
Essentially
is
on the
dark.
back street.
Yeah, most of the track is dark. It's especially on the run down to Indy. It's just virtually pitch black. It's quite funny.
Probadnik comes in from second place in the 46 Seawolf car, and Kieran Parkin has came into the pits in the number 2 DHR car. And there's nobody to take over for him, so Kieran Parkin is going to be staying in that car. We have Michael Muller. He is a driver in the number 88 No Limits Motorsport car, maybe looking to take over from Marcus Gerzak, 33rd overall. We've got Michael Barnard, who's a driver of the 31 car, if I remember correctly, and Thomas Jacobs is also another driver for a car, but I can't quite remember which one at this moment in time.
Right, I'm gonna have to join my teammate and see how he's doing and get ready for my next stint.
Get ready for your next stint.
Yeah, I'll be back up as soon as I can. Keep going, Neil. Thank you very much for your work, and you, Jimmy. Thank you. I'll see you soon.
That is it. So that is Nick Newcomb leaving us for a little bit, going back to drive for his number 139 Fanatec Drake Racing Team. But an ever so slightly late slightly late R Factor 2 hourly update, just 4 minutes late, is fine. Only between us, only between friends. Currently in the lead of the race is still that number 21 Velez SimSport Audi R18. Currently Christian Michel at the wheel of that. They seem to have had a stranglehold on this race since they got into the lead. They actually got into the lead on lap 115. They're currently on lap 212, so almost 100 laps of continuous leading for that number 21 car. In second is Adam Taylor in the number 4 Team Virus Porsche. In third is Broadbent in the 22 GNS Endurance Nissan. Fourth is Stephen Bale in number 3 DHR Audi. And fifth is Daniele Pizzo, number 5 Scuderia GT Italia Audi. In the P2 class, the current leader is Michael Bernard. I did say that he would be going in to swap, and indeed he has in the Flatline Racing car. Second is April Dillon in the 32 Atlantic. Third is Julian Hansen in the Seawolf Net Race, the 46. Fourth is Nicola Hillebrand in the number 48 Magenta Warriors Racing Team. And fifth is Augusto Arias in the MVT Racing Team, number 47. In terms of GTs, the current leader is Pedro Romando in the Dark Racing car after being able to jump current second place driver Gergely Barros in number 89 Velas SimSport car in the last round of pit stops. And third is Alex Waitala in the number 77 Freeline Motorsport car. Fourth is Daniel Almeida in the Velas SimSport number 94, and fifth is Bram Balin in the SRVN 66. I'm telling you right now, Might be very interesting to see the battle between Dylan and Hansen at the moment. That is for second place in the P2s. For second place in the P2s, with Dylan currently ever so slightly ahead of the number 46 Seawolf car. Hansen can see Dylan right in front of him. That's got to be a huge incentive for the 46 driver. It seems that Hansen is gaining ever so slightly on April Dillon. Certainly coming down between start finish line and that first chicane, it appears that Seaboth might be slightly faster in a straight line, or indeed might just be faster at this point in the race. They might just simply be faster at this point in the race. Hansen now right on the back bumper of April Dillon. Of course, these P2 cars, it is a spec class. All of them are Orica 05 Nissans. Very close. Hansen having a look up the inside to make a move into Indianapolis. Jimmy Broadbent comes through and is forced April Dillon wide through our Nash corner, but April manages to defend very nicely. But Julian Hansen coming up into the Porsche curves. Hansen's not close enough. This will be April Dillon because leading for the moment. This small battle, because really the Porsche curves are single file. Around the long right hander, it does appear that April Dillon has managed to get a little bit of a gap, so perhaps that Atlantic car's a little bit more wing on it compared to the Seawolf. Coming down these sweeping S's, if Dillon has got more wing on it, this is where we'd expect her to pull out. But either coming through Tete Rouge, coming down a long back Mulsanne straight, this is where you expect Hansen to be faster if he has got less wing on it. Coming down towards the first chicane, the fastest point in the circuit. Hansen closing. Looks towards the inside for the first chicane. Oh, a very late move by the Seawolf. Extremely late move by the Seawolf. He actually has to jump over the curbs on the inside of the first part of chicane to even attempt to make that move. But this does mean he's far closer to come down towards the second chicane. Hansen closing again, moves towards the inside. Quite a large swing actually towards the inside, and Hansen's almost entirely ahead by the time we reach the braking zone for the chicane. Indeed, that Hansen through for now. We have to see what Dillon has to reply. Coming down towards Mulsanne corner, April Dillon closes up massively under braking, but has a big wiggle on the apex of the corner. That must be Hansen gone now. Indeed, that appears to have Hansen to have just got a bit away from her. Indeed, Hansen is a nice little bit up the road now. He's managed to pull out a nice little gap. But Hansen does appear to be moving away from Dillon. Hansen in that Seawolf car. Dillon coming back up into third does mean that... And she comes into the pits immediately, actually. Very interesting manoeuvre. We have to see the car behind is Nicola Hillebrand. Where is he? Nicola is just coming through the Porsche curves. Hillebrand coming through the Ford chicanes. And that's it. That's Hillebrand up into third place in the number 48 Magenta Warriors Racing car. Hillebrand up into P3 means that 48 car goes from 89 points in the standing, and they will go up to 125. As I said, actually a driver change for Dillon. I should say it's driver change for the Atlantic car. Dillon out, Diego Carranza in. The The gap between Barros and Ramada, though, has been fairly constant for the past few laps. It's been about 5 seconds, so perhaps Ramada's just managing the pace. Because that's all Ramada really needs to do in that dark racing car for the moment. All they need to do is manage that pace. But you always have to be careful of that number 94 car. The 94 car, currently 4th in class. If they improve even one position, even if they improve one position, the championship will go to a tie between the 94 and the 84. Then the 84 would get it on the number of wins. So really, that 94 car needs to get up into 2nd place if the 84 is winning. Nicola Hillebrand in the pits from 3rd place in class. 48 car into the pits. Barros in that last lap managed to gain just the 3.5 tenths on Pedro Ramada. These two cars are so evenly, they're just so even. That's all I can say about them. They've been extremely close for the entirety of the race. I'm pretty sure when they've both been on, when they both had their pit stops, they've never been more than 15 seconds away from each other for the entire race. Watala continuing to be in 3rd place in GTs. Quite a bit behind Barros actually. Watala is just coming through the 4 chicanes. Barros is well on his way to the 1st chicane on the back straight. And indeed that's him just going through the 1st chicane on the back straight just now. Almeida really has to get those 2 places. 94 has to go up into second to get the championship, with the 84 currently in the lead. He's quite a bit behind that. Barrow's just coming down to Mulsanne corner. Almeida just coming across the start-finish line. Barrow's with a good 2 minute 10 advantage over Almeida. That's the gap that they have to make in the next 10 hours and 38 minutes in order to get the championship. Broadbent has been doing an absolutely stonking job in that number 22 car to try and track down that virus. Number 4 car. The gap between the two of them now is that's a minute 25 between the two of them, so just under 90 seconds Broadbent needs to find. And he's not going to do it quickly. That last lap he only gained 0.2 of a second. So we yelled in the final sector. That's Hillebrand in the wall. Hillebrand in the 48 Magenta Warriors racing car is in the wall at the entry to the Porsche curves. Let's see what happened to him. It appears to be a driver error. He did it all by himself. He got a wiggle coming into the Porsche curves. The rear end stepped out. He tried to drive into it, try and catch it, but the car had just snapped on them, and into the tyre barrier goes the Magenta Warriors racing team, and he's back into the pit lane. Is that him out? Is that Magenta Warriors out of the race? If it is, this is a massive help for that 32 car, because that's another car they do not have to worry about. If that is Hillebrand and the Magenta Warriors car out of the race, that is an absolute godsend for the 32. He will be keel-hauled by the team if he for that mistake, if it indeed has ended their race. The 48 car had an extreme outside chance of winning the championship. It was still possible, but they had a lot of things to go their way, but that has ended their dreams. indeed just looking at the battles on track at the moment, um, as you expect in a 24-hour race, they're all starting to spread out slightly. The closest thing we've got on track at the moment is seeing Kevin Ryan and Waitala. It's about 15 seconds between the two of them. But Barros has managed to get a nice gap over Waitala. It's a minute 5 between the two of them. But that's mainly because the 84 car has pit, and now it's Kevin Ryan at the wheel of the 84. There's been a driver change for Dark Racing. And joining us at the moment is driver of the number 48 Magenta Warriors Racing Team, Nicola Hillebrand. Tell us what happened.
Pretty much in the last couple of laps I had multiple times when the gearbox started acting up. Tried to go up one gear, for example, went up 2 gears instead. Then coming out of Arnage in that fateful lap, couldn't get out of first. Could get out of first with a lot of trouble. And finally, after like 3-4 times shifting up, went from first into second, then instantly into fourth, and then into third when I shifted back finally. Then could finally go up into fifth, and at entry Porsche curves 1 into the right-hander, which is normally fourth gear, and tried to shift from fifth into fourth. Went into second instead and went straight on into the barrier, so nothing I could do really.
You were on a fantastic run though. You were up towards the podium position. Certainly third or possibly even second was going to be in the shout for you.
I'm pretty certain that after I was done with my stint, my colleagues would have taken over, Domian would have taken over again, and after that Ale and Stefan for the last couple of stints. I'm pretty certain that they could have expanded that as well, and that we could still afford for the lead. And yeah, this makes this all the more depressing.
Very unfortunate then for you, because I've never heard anything like that happen before. I've never heard of a gearbox problem in our factory.
Well, I mean, what I heard so far from the Veles car, which DNF rather early on, they also had the double downshift problem. Funnily enough, in Indianapolis, which has a pretty similar downshift situation. So I'd guess, well, I mean, to be honest, I never had that problem myself. Like this day on this track, it overall happened to be the first time as well. So, yeah.
Well, all I can say is very bad luck for you in the Magenta Warriors Racing Team. It's looking to be a fantastic race for you.
Well, overall, the race was quite good. Like, we had a little share of bad luck in the middle through it and stuff, but we had good pace. The car went well, it worked fantastically otherwise. And, I mean, season's over now anyway. I mean, we tried to get out, the most out of it as possible and stuff. Actually, we just wanted to finish this time because last year we had pretty much same bad luck, only with getting off the dry line into the wet surface and crashing out in the Porsche curves as well, coincidentally. And yeah, I mean, what can you do? I mean, sometimes you just have bad luck and can't do anything about it.
Indeed, thank you for coming up into the coming up into the booth and telling us what happened to your car.
Thank you very much for having me, and thank you for commentating all this time.
That is Nicola Hillebrand from the number 48 Magenta Wars racing team, which has sadly left us from the race, making that the seventh retirement of the race. Indeed, it is the seventh retirement of the race, which means we've still got 33 cars running out on track, even after that's 13 and a half hours, which I think is just an extraordinary achievement and testament to the willpower of all of these drivers and what a safe pair of hands they all are. I mean, it might be worth keeping an eye on Kevin Ryan at the moment in that dark racing car. Gargley Boras and Alex Ortega are both still to make their pit stops. Once they do, expect Kevin Ryan to be back into the lead. It's all about this pit stop phase. It's all about when is the final pit stop going to be and when is the checkered flag going to fall in relation to these stints. Sim racing for a Holland car, the 52 with Marcel Offermans is in the pits at the moment. And that car's now... Oh, Kieran Parkin has got no front end. Kieran Parkin, the number 2 car, has got no front end. Let's go back and see what happened to him. Oh, it looks like it was just a little bit of lack of concentration from Parkin there. Gone too wide at the right-hander at the top of the Tetra Rouge. Yes, that's the right-hander before Tetra Rouge itself, and got into the barrier on the left-hand side. Extremely easy to do, but that's just driver error from Kieran Parkin. Right, I'm going to quickly just step away for a couple of minutes just to stretch my legs a little bit and get another energy drink out of my fridge because I think I need it. And we've got still got 10 and a half hours, just under 10 and a half hours left in the race. This final portion is going to be so much fun. And here I am back, energy drink in hand, water bottles refilled, just as the number 2 DHR car leaves the pits, and it's now Ethan Patty that has replaced Kieran Parkin. Here in Glasgow, in real life, I know, real life, it's scary, I can start to hear birdsong in the air. But that is surely happening at Le Mans as well, and starting to happen across Europe. 3:35 in the morning here in Glasgow, and the birdsong is rather nice. The sun will be rising here in the next couple of hours, and so it will be as well at Le Mans. It will start to be a dawn over a new world, if you will, and perhaps who will we see rising from the ashes of the dawn to step through the gates of glory and be tomorrow's kings? Will it be the 21 car or the 4 car, both of them in contention for the P1 championship? Will it be the 32 car in P2s, or will it be the 84 or the 94 in GTs? I must say, one of the standout performance cars of the day to me has been the number 175 Caspian Motorsport car with Chuck Mackley at the wheel. That 175 was running as high as third for a lot of the time during the day, now back down into 7th in class, I believe that is, if I can count correctly. I do believe it is 7th in class. Let's just have a look at Chuck Mackley. Yep, 7th in class for Chuck Mackley. They've had a fantastic job. They've done a fantastic job today so far. As Kevin Ryan is in the pits, Gergali Barros has managed to jump him. Gergali Barros has managed to jump Kevin Ryan in the pits. How much by? Kevin Ryan is just coming out of the pits. Gergali Barros is down by Mulsanne Corner. Wow, a massive lead now for the number 89 Vela Simsport car. I say that Adam Taylor just came into the pits as well. He's just came back out as a Jimmy Broadbent just crosses over the start finish line. So the Nissan and the Porsche are very close together, perhaps due to pit stops. Adam Taylor and Jimmy Broadbent only separated by 22 seconds on track. But I think it's been a while since the last Broadbent pit stop. Indeed, the last Broadbent pit stop was on lap 218. He's currently on lap 224. Will Broadbent be able to deploy that GNS Nissan power to get past Taylor and take that second place off of him? But of course, Broadbent and that 22 team are driving for personal pride. They want to get a good result for the end of the season. However, that second place for Virus is absolutely vital championship-wise for them. If they lose that second place, they're not winning the championship. That's a front end line by the road coming out of Maison Blanche. It's a blue and orange front end, it looks like. I'm not exactly sure who that belonged to though. So anyone in the pits, it definitely looks prototypey. Maybe look GT typey. That's because I do believe it may well be Mark Hennebury in the 170 car. That's someone very slow. That's Bernard is very slow. That's number 31 flatline P2 car. That's the word. The current leaders in GT. What is wrong with them? They've got the clutch in. I think they've massively miscalculated fuel. They're keeping the clutch in as much as possible. He's going around in 6th gear as Bernard. I think that flatline car has massively miscalculated fuel. That's terrible for the 31 car. Could be a championship game changer yet again. That 31 car has miscalculated fuel massively. He's coasting and lifting. He's putting the clutch in. And he's not even at the second chicane yet, I believe, on the Honda DR. This could well be it in terms of race hopes for the 31 Flatline Racing GT car. I tell a lot, sorry, he's just coming down towards Mulsanne Corner, but still. That first sector is about a minute down on what you'd expect. Sorry, that middle sector is about a minute down on what you'd expect it to be. The question is, where is the everyone else in relation to them? In relation to them, Julian Hansen is now on the same lap. He's just started it. He's just coming up to it down the SS towards the Tetra Rouge S. Bernard is just coming up on the run up to Indianapolis, but you know, there's he's still got a long way to go, and he's got to do a massive amount of fuel saving. Diego Carranza, the number 32 car, he's just coming on to start finish line now. He may be able to steal that position for Bernard, depending on how much fuel saving he needs to do. You can see his cars are streaming past the 31 car. How much they actually just have to fuel save. Hansen now on the run down to that's the run down to Mulsanne now is Hansen. No, sorry, that's a lie. It's a run down to the second chicane. It all looks very alike on the back straight. That's Bernard, just entering the Porsche curves now. Perhaps they've actually got such a lead, you can do this without losing a place. But it has eaten into that lead massively. That's Bernard just getting into the pits now as Julian Hansen enters the Porsche curves. Bernard in that flatline car is going to lose the lead of the race. But with them losing the lead of the race, that puts Seawolf up into first. Which means Diego Carranza, if they time this right, Diego Carranza might still be in third. Which means that Seawolf will take the championship. Oh my goodness. Flatline almost running out of fuel, but not quite running out of fuel. Might have just cost Atlantic the championship. Indeed, that is Hansen into the lead in the Seawolf car. Where's Diego Carranza? Carranza's just coming through the Porsche curves. Bernard finally coasting into his pit box. In fact, he hasn't even stopped yet. His pit box is a long way down the pit lane. That's him finally stopped as Carranza is coming through Maison Blanche just now. That should be Atlantic up into second. As Eunice Ravio's got back up into the 89 car. But no, Carranza's come into the pits. It's now going to have to be a straight fight between Flatline and Atlantic. And Atlantic needs to win this fight to win the championship. Atlantic needs to win this fight. Great fight between Carantha and Bernard now. Bernard coming down to the first chicane. Carantha just coming out of the Dunlop chicane. Quite a big gap between the two of them, but still you've still got over 10 hours left. Riviero comes into the pits in the 47 MVD Racing Team car. We've got to wait a couple of laps before we really get the split times between Bernard and Carantha. Bernard has just came through Mulsanne corner. Carantha is just coming into the second chicane himself. So a little bit of gap between the two of them. As Bernard just came out of our Nage, Carantha just coming through the first kink on the run up to Indianapolis. I would say it's somewhere in the region of 40 seconds Bernard has got. 40 seconds over 10 hours can be made up, but requires a lot of consistency. Atlantic cannot afford any slip-ups, even these last 10 hours of the race, as we have a yellow flag in the final sector. Who is it for? It's for Pedro Gomez in the SimHQ car. Pedro Gomez in the number 19 car. What has happened to him? That appears to be down by Indianapolis. That's almost the exact same thing as Per Åkvist did in that very same car earlier on in the race. It's almost an exact copy of what Åkvist did. Massive championship implications here. Oh my goodness, Pedro Gomez is trying to limp his car back. He got into the grass, hit a barrier, lost control, and has taken out Daniel Almeida in the 94 car. That was the championship leader coming in. The Velis Racing Team car is taking out Almeida. So that could have massive championship implications for the GT class as well. Gomez now just hugging that wall on the grass. Just staying out the way. Making sure that no other people's races are ruined. Because Almeida will be in the pits with massive. The front left wheel is gone in Almeida's car. The front left wheel is gone in Almeida's car. That's Bernard really done his first flying lap. Since those pit stops, it was a 3:41. Grantha replies with a 3:41 as well. Bernard was half a second quicker in that last lap. The gap is essentially exactly 40 seconds between the two of them. Atlantic need to go and pass Bernard. Wow, so that incident really has kind of handed the GT Championship to Dark Racing car, to Dark Racing. That really has kind of handed it to them because it absolutely annihilated the 94 car. I must say what I do love though is that the first, let's have a quick look. Yeah, the first three in GTs are still on the same lap. In fact, the first two, Ravio and Ryan, are still within the same section of the Mulsanne of each other. Ethan Patty comes into the pits without a front end, is that? I do believe that is without a front end. It's just going from bad to worse for the number 2 DHR car. Pedro Gomez also in the pits without a front end after that massive impact at Indianapolis. Ethan Patty looks like he will hand over the car to Kieran Parkin. Tom Schenkels is in here as well. He'll be taking over the SRVN car from Bram Balen. Ricard Norgren will be taking over the SimHQ car from. I do believe Norgren will be taking over the SimHQ car from Gomez. Marius Nikolai, I imagine, will be taking over the. I can't remember which one he drives. One of the Atlantic cars. I think it's a 74 the 72 that he drives. So I think he'll be taking over that GT car. Also, it's Martin Buchan that's in the number 54 car. That'll be the one that Marius Nicolai is taking over. Well, I didn't actually notice what time it was to go, although it is now 6 minutes overdue. It's time for the 10 hours to go R Factor 2 hourly update. In the lead of this race, it's still Christian Michel, that 21 car, that 21 Audi R18 VLS car. In second place is Adam Taylor in the Virus car, having taken over from Nicky Jakovic. In third is Jimmy Broadbent in the 22 GNS Nissan. In fourth is Adam Hodgkinson in number 3 DHR Audi. And in fifth is Daniele Pizzo in number 5 Scuderia GT Italia. In P2, the current leader is Julian Hansen in the Seawolf Net Race car. Second is Michael Bernard in the Flatline Racing car. Third is Diego Carranza in the 32 Atlantic Motorsport. Fourth is Andres Rivera in the MVD 40 Racing Team 47. And fifth is Anthony Jans in the number 50 Undercover Sim Racing car. In terms of GT, the leader is Eunice Radio in the 89 Bell Sim Sport car. Second is Kevin Ryan in the Dark Racing 84. Third is Sandro Petrozzillo in the 77 3Y Motorsports car. Fourth is Thomas Jacobs in the Flatline Racing car. And fifth is Bram Balan in the SRVN. And parking back into the number 2. What was actually the gap between Bernard and Carantha that last lap? Bernard gained 3 seconds on Carantha. He's getting further and further away from Atlantic. Yes, Christian Michel's currently still got a stranglehold on this race. The close battle on track has seen the 52 and the 72, the 52 being the Sim Racing for Holland checkerboard car, the 72 being the Atlantic Motorsport Corvette C7R. Currently with Felix Husband Fortan, I believe, is at the wheel of that, and Dennis Duna being at the wheel of the Sim Racing for Holland car. Settling on the same stretch of road. They're coming up towards Indianapolis at the moment, the two of them. Cortana had a little bit of trouble that previous lap. Really do know how to get away quite nicely. And if you don't mind, I'll just step away for a couple of minutes just to stretch my legs a little bit as the sun starts to rise here in Glasgow. And I am back again with you all. Um, so yes, Michelle still got a little bit of a hold until the lead of this race. Adam Taylor still in second, Broadbent in third. This, pardon me, the same as it has been for quite a few hours now. Oh, and it appears that the 54 car has had a disconnect while driver swap. Marius Nikolai is at the wheel of that, is registered at the wheel of that car. Perhaps that's been a disconnect while driver swapping for the 54 Porsche Atlantic Motorsport, the only Porsche we actually have here on the grid. Daniel Almeida still sitting there in the pits waiting for damage to be repaired. Carantha lost 2 seconds to Bernard that last lap. That gap up to 47 seconds or so. They need to beat Bernard. Let's see if anyone is currently in the waiting area within here. VT Lamy has got into the number 38 champion racing car. Rickard Norgren and Yuri Kastorp. Very interesting. Kastorp is in here as well. Which does mean, if I remember correctly, he's going to be getting in that Velas car. Tammy looking to get past Chick Mackley. Pedro Gomez still in the pits after that massive incident in Indianapolis and the resultant contact with Di Almeida at the section between Arnage and the Porsche curves. The gap between Taylor and Broadbent at the moment is about 50 seconds or so. That gap has fluctuated up and down quite a bit now, actually. Perhaps Broadbent not one of the more consistent drivers in the race here today. That last lap, Broadbent took 2/3 of a second out of Van Taylor. Grantfell losing another 1.2 seconds that previous lap. I do believe that's also Dark Racing currently in the pits as well. But is Kevin Ryan just coming out of the pits? Kevin Ryan, the number 84 Dark Racing car. Currently 18th overall, second in class, has managed to hold on to second behind Yunus Rabio. Yunus just coming down towards the second chicane though. So quite a sizable lead for Yunus Rabio at the moment, that number 9 89 Bells race Simsport car, but we know how quickly things can change, especially here at Le Mans. Comes Adam Taylor, managed to get 1.6 seconds out of Chris Michel that last lap. 1.6 seconds. There's still 100 seconds between the two of them though. It's possible to catch that 100 seconds when you have drivers as high caliber as Michelle. That's extremely hard to catch. What has Broadbent done that last lap? Broadbent took 2 seconds out of Taylor that last lap. Very, very interesting for the Nissan driver there. So there's only 49 seconds between the two of them now. That gap getting closer and closer. Is joining us now. That I've just seen. Oops. We're going to get 2 drivers for the price of 1. Joining us now, we have Olivier Fortin from the number 72 Atlantic Motorsport Corvette C7R, and we've got Pedro Ramada from the number 84 Dark Racing car.
Hey guys, good night. How are you doing, Neil?
Getting on fine, yes.
A bit sleepy sometimes, right?
No, I just have to be quite quiet in this flat because my neighbours complain a lot. Even when I just speak, they complain a lot. But Pedro, tell us about the race for you so far. Kevin Ryan currently in the car in the 84, second in class at the moment, but you've been up there contending for the win for the vast majority of this race.
Yeah, he's doing well. We are doing pretty good at the time. In the beginning, we had an issue with that accident caused by Jimmy Broadbent right in the beginning, and we had a guy in front of us at the time. I think it was Wager, I don't know, and he just at the time of the accident he braked really hard, and Nunu couldn't avoid him, so we have a big damage. We decided to repair the car, and yeah, we came like at the time, I don't even know already because yeah, I'm tired. Like I don't know, like 8th place, 9th place. We dropped a few spots. No, more than that. Yeah, like 13th, 14th place. Yeah, and start to recover. All was going well with my stints, with Nuno stint, Hani stint, and now with Kevin when he gets in the car with the drivers swamp with me. He started the driving on the pit lane, and he by mistake he clicked the speed limiter, but what he was trying to do is shift the brake bias. He click a bit on the speed limiter, he goes like to 90 something, and he just click again, and yeah, we just had to fill a stop and go. So it was a bit unfortunate, and we starting to understand that that way it's going to be difficult to reach the win, you know, and because at the time Almeida was doing good, and we were thinking that eventually they will get to second place, so, and reaching second place, and if we win, they were champions. So, but then happened this thing with Pedro Gomez, right? I think it was with Pedro Gomez.
Yes, it
that
was. It
made
was with the. It was, yeah.
it was a bit unfortunate, but it was good for us, obviously. So at this point, yeah, we are much more comfortable now, and let's see until the end. It's a lot of way to go, so it could happen to us now. what just happened to them? So we have to be really careful. But yeah, I am really enjoying it, every minute of it, because it's going really well for us, I must say.
Did you saying you're going down to about 14th or 15th at some point? As there's just a yellow. This Rickard Norgren in the SimHQ car has. So the SimHQ car has now gone off at Indianapolis again. Let's see what happened to them. Something very similar to what Per Rockvist and Pedro Gomez has done. That's the third time that car has done that with the third different driver. So perhaps perhaps a little bit of trouble with the setup of that car. But as you said, you got down to 13th or so at some point towards the beginning of the race. Actually, about 5 hours in or so. 6 hours in, actually, I think it might have been. The 3-Wide Motorsports would have actually just taken the championship. But you've managed to claw your way back up and made sure the championship is now in your hands with 9.5 hours to go.
It looks like it, but yeah, we will never know until the end, so it's never over until it's over, so let's see on the checkered flag. Until then we have to work, so let's see. We hope for the best.
Yeah, still more than 9 hours to do. So.
Yeah, it's a lot of time still.
And Olivia, you're in the 70. Which one is that? 72 car. Your brother's in the car at the moment just now. How's your race been going on? How's your race been?
The start was difficult for us. Felix was not ready for the start because he thought it was the green flag will be at the end of the lap. So he was in sixth gear and the fuel mixture to 1 when the green flag was flagged. So we were 8th, but it was 10 seconds after he was last. And after for the crash, Felix just played like the bowling ball, so he crashed 2 cars. Yeah, sorry for GT Italia, GT car. They are not DNF of us. But now it's going well. We are getting back to position. Felix is 7 now, so it's going very well.
So the 72 car you are in at the moment, just out of reach of the championship. Actually, you had 62 points, and your current where you'd actually get 6th place points at the moment, which give you an extra 24. So that put you on 86 points. It probably put you ahead of almost put you ahead of the 91 car, which isn't finished. So possibly a couple points, a couple of extra positions in the championship up for grabs for you.
Yeah, this is great for the championship, but I don't know the score of other people because we missed the last 4 races. So championship was not very or goal for this year. But I'm just Felix is beside me. He is 2 meters away from me. Yeah.
So this is kind for both of you really. Both of you have been out driving through the night. How do you compare night driving to day driving?
Well, I did my first 3 stint early in the race, like the 23 hour remaining to 21 hour remaining. I was quicker. It's easier to drive on the day, I think. But I don't have much practice, so maybe it was first time on the night, so I was a bit slower than my first stint.
Pedro?
Yeah. In the day, yeah, it's much easier, obviously, and in the night, for me personally, I reached a point that I am pretty get used to it. So for me, it's okay. I don't have that much of an issue with that. Only what affects me more is a bit the transitions when the sunset comes down, and then when we just have that little red sky like turning to really to dark, when we cannot see that good the breaking point because the lights aren't still with that big impact, so it's a bit yeah, all a bit dark. That's the worst time, I think, for every driver to be on track. It's the most difficult time. But beyond that, I think it's okay. I'll enjoy it. I actually I really like to race in the night.
So are either of you going to be getting back in the car again?
Probably I
Olivier?
will go to sleep like in 5 minutes and do maybe the last 2 hours of the race, something like that. So yes, I will drive again.
Yeah, for me, I think I am done. Our strategy is should be Nuno next, and then Hani, also Abdi, and then Kevin again to the end, and I think we are done. Let's see.
How many driver are you, Pedro, right now?
We are with 4. Initially we had a fifth one, but it was unfortunate because it wasn't at all ready to this race and to the pace that we needed. So he had to be left out because yeah, we are trying to fight for the chance for the championship. So we must obviously had to have the strongest team possible. So yeah, it had to be done. And yeah, it's all good at the moment. You have to tell your brother, just poke him there and tell him. Pedro is saying that you are way too slow. You have to push more.
No,
Just push him.
no, Flick will not push. We are satisfied with our position right now, so I don't think we can
Yeah,
win
it's just
a lot.
to joke with him. Yeah.
Yeah, Felix like to push. I know.
Yeah.
But what are your plans for season 10?
My plans still in secret, let's say.
Okay, I will say the same for me too. So nothing else to add.
Yeah, we can talk about it off the record later.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Ooh. Yeah.
Yeah, nothing excited. I will say.
I won't say nothing. So, Neil, I wish you good more comments and don't fall asleep. We need you. It has been great, and really thank you for you guys' amazing work on this. You are always on the top of things, and we should be grateful for that. I'll I have to get back to my teammate. He's alone without me, so I have to go support him. Okay, guys?
But of course, I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you guys racing. So, thank you for both of you for putting on such a good show so far.
Yeah, thank you. So bye bye.
Bye. Yeah, I think I will go me too. It's still early here in Canada. Well, I need to go sleep to be able to drive tomorrow. So thank you. It's really
That's fine.
appreciate the race with everybody on track. Pair the track.
So excellent. Thank you as well. That is Pedro Ramada from the Dark Racing car, who's currently second in class, trying to chase down Eunice Rivio in the 89 Velis Sim Sport car, and also Olivier Fortin from the number 72 Atlantic Motorsport Corvette as well. Currently 7th. Yeah, 7th in class. We're going to get 6 place points because, of course, we take out the VLMS runners and give points to everyone else. And it appears that the 54 car has retired from the race because the AI decided to start driving the car when they did the driver swap. So terrible luck there for the number 54 Porsche. What has that gap come down to? Pavlos Machunis is now in the number 22 GNS car. Coin has finally entered, and Niki Jakovic in that virus car. That gap is down to 27 seconds. So that's an awfully good job that Jimmy Broadbent did towards the end of his stint. See what the gap between Jakovic and Machunis is when it's going to be a couple of laps before that happens, though, because we need to wait for Machunis to set a clean lap time. That's going to be 2 laps after he exited the pits. Indeed, Yuri Kastorp has gone in to the number 21 car, the current leading car of LS. Ricard Norgren is back in the pits as well after his incident with the barriers. And with Marius Nikolai his car deciding to run off, without him we're now down to 32 cars on track. Currently, what has this last lap been? Coin's been a couple of laps out, so we can start to see some representative lap times between the two of them. And he lost almost exactly 2 seconds to Jakovic that last lap. But that could just be the way the traffic falls. Of course, traffic gives and traffic takes away here at Le Mans. It's worth just speaking about this virus car for a little bit as well. They were one of the most affected in that beginning incident on the first lap, and the fact after they managed to climb up all the way back up to second, and they're still on the lead lap. They were lapped out at some point. They managed to get that lap back, and are only about a minute 45 behind. A minute 45 behind. The leaders, which I think is a fantastic job today by the virus car. In fact, they're a minute 40 behind the leaders. I think that's a fantastic job. It just goes to show if they hadn't been involved in that first lap incident, the chain reaction involving the GNS car that started with the GNS car, I do believe that that virus car had a good chance of winning this race. Jakovic just coming across the start finish line again. That is a 34.6. 34.6 this last lap for Jakovic. Machinist just coming through the Virage Corvette, through Maison Blanche. What can he do coming down to the four chicanes? The first one so much faster than the second. You can see that. Nissan getting up into two wheels by hitting the apex, hitting the curbs on the inside of the first part of that. First part of the Ford chicane, and indeed Machinist loses 2.8 seconds to Jakovic in that last lap. Perhaps it's just taken Pavlos Machinist a little bit of time to settle in to the car. No doubt in a few laps time we will start to see him improving his lap times. But indeed, just going back to Rickard Nordgren, he's now still on the pits, down to 11th place overall, which means we now have two P2s in the top 10 overall, Hansen and Bernard. But I'm not sure what is quite wrong with that STM HQ car, that number 19 car, because that now means three drivers have had almost the exact same accident at the exact same point of the track in Indianapolis. Perhaps they're not that happy with the car, because if I remember correctly, over the course of this race, they're the only car to have had that sort of incident at Indianapolis, where they lose the rear end and hit the wall on the left-hand side. And the fact that the three drivers have done that in the same car perhaps shows that they're maybe not quite happy with the setup. Well, the 7 seconds separate the Caspian 175. They're just ahead of the Flatline 53 car. That's for 21st overall. It's for 5th in class. And Caspian Motorsports really came to show to the VEC boys that the VLMS is just not a feeder series. It's a real high caliber series. Carantha did gain just under second on Carantha that last lap. Sorry, Carantha did gain just under a second on Bernard that last lap. Carantha really needs to start catching and beating him though. Carantha a long way behind. Best part of a minute and 10. The machinist on that last lap lost 2.2 seconds to Jakovic. So we are just about to get into what the people at Le Mans call happy hour. The hour where just after the sun rises, the temperatures are cool, but you can still see the light, and but you can still see the light is not quite as dark anymore, and the track has got a lot of rubber in it. You can see in the sky it's starting to turn slightly red, the sun is about to come up, and happy hour is about to commence. This is where we usually see the fastest laps in the race, and it should be a whole load of fun watching these cat and mouse games between Jakovic and Machunas, between Bernard and Carantha, between Ravio and Ryan. These three battles, I think, will be the best, and they're all the most pivotal in relation to the championship outcomes. Kevin Ryan just being overtaken around the outside by Benatti and now by Castor, the race leader. Benatti in the 40 car, that the Scuderia GT Italia, that had that incident with Maxi Scheider towards the beginning of the race. That was within the first. That was in about hour 5, if I remember correctly. But Ravia with about a 30-second lead at the moment. I think had Carantha pitted, but Bernard not. Have a look at Bernard's lap times actually. Bernard last pitted on lap 218. As we now have joining us Jimmy Broadbent.
You're sounding tired, Neil.
Oh no, it's not tired. I just need to be quiet for neighbours at the moment. After all, it is what 4:45 on a Sunday morning.
Yeah, well, that's when all the cool people are racing.
So how was your last stint in the car? You gained a whole load of time on Djakovic.
I was just saying to my stream, I think it's probably the best I've ever driven. The car felt great. I did the fastest lap of the race. I'm not sure if that's been beaten or not, but everything felt great. And I was just putting back time everywhere and just trying to put ourselves in as decent a position as possible for this last half of the race. Now I've got Coyne in the car, who is just machine consistency most of the time, and we've got Joe and Oscar after him, so we've got a pretty strong finish to the race. But yeah, I was pretty happy in my drives, and I don't think I hurt anyone this time. So
So currently you are in third place, in nice podium position. Would you be happy with that, or are you going to be pushing for that second?
the way this race is, I'd be happy still at this point just for us to finish. So, but of course now we're starting to, we're getting to the latter half now. You're starting to think about later race strategy, and third would be nice. If we can do any better than that, would be great. Of course, our season's been pretty naff. Best result we've had all season is fourth, so anything above that would be more than welcome.
You obviously doing sort of like the night session, sort of like more transitioning into day. How's that sort of like transition, even though you know it isn't fully daylight? Yeah, how was sort of like the beginning of that transition?
You don't really notice it that much, to be honest. Every now and then I looked up on the straight and I'd see, the sky's becoming a bit more pale, but I was blinkered for most of that stint. I was literally the track, and that was it. And I did get a warning from Jimmy Allison about track limits. I know why I got it, but that sort of kicked me into being even more
Dirty
blinkered.
cheater. Dirty cheater,
Oh,
trying to cut all those track.
I went,
Trying to cut the track as much
went
as
wide
possible.
out of the first Mulsanne chicane to try and avoid some GTs, and I went up into the grey stuff. And I think Jim was watching, and he said no to that, so didn't do that again after that.
So you obviously did the beginning of the race, didn't you? You did the start, and you've done the night stint, as I asked Pedro Ramada and Olivier Fertan earlier on. What's the difference between day and night driving? Do you find? What do you personally find it easier to drive at? What's more relaxing to drive in?
I wouldn't say relaxing is the word. I think I actually prefer driving at night because you can see everyone a lot easier because there's just a big blaze of headlights everywhere. So people see you a lot easier as well. So I sort of prefer that in that regard. Plus, I don't know, the atmosphere's a bit more relaxed now. Everyone's sort of settled into their stints. Everyone's very much into their strategy, and it's just a time of relative calm for the storm that is the last couple of hours.
So when do you think it's all going to start to kick off in this race then?
I'd
So
say
all VEC races tend to kick off at some point. Last time at Interlagos, for example, it was when the rain started to come. So what's this race's kick-off point?
I'd say probably around 3 hours to go or so, because that's when the last drive is in. That's when the last stuff is coming, and that's when people are then actually aiming for the end of the race as opposed to trying to be in that last 3 hours. So that's when I think we'll see people take the gloves off, so to speak, and be a bit more aggressive perhaps in traffic. And that's why we have Oscar lined up to go last, because Oscar is renowned for his, let's say, decisiveness in traffic. So if push comes to shove, the right guy's in the car. So, but yeah, I think it'll be the last 3 hours or so.
So yes, is there anything else of note that you want to anything else of note that you want to speak about? Perhaps tell the viewers about?
I don't know, well, I can tell you about my experience, because this is the first race I've ever done, or endurance race, with an OSW wheel and a decent set of pedals, and my shoulders are now messed. Like, I won't be able to. I was trying to strain a tea bag earlier and I couldn't do it. Like, that effort was too much. So that was a really cool experience, and also it was nice to. I mean, I'm not going to say I don't know jinx it, but the fidelity of the force feedback in RF2 is good anyway. I always said it was good, but then with an OSW it is just fantastic. And as much as I am very salty towards RF2 sometimes, when it all works, it's fantastic, and today was an example of it working.
So I think that's it. Are you going to be going off to bed now? Have you been up all night? Are you going to stay up till the end? What's your plans now?
Well, I'm streaming, so I'm going to be here till the end. I've got my cup of tea, got my apple, got my stream chat, who I'm sure will keep me awake. Well, the risk of falling asleep on camera, I'm not sure how many things has happened there, so I should be okay there. I'm pretty although I say spent after that last stint, I am awake.
Still a little bit of the adrenaline going through you then.
Oh yeah, it's still there. Like, you should before the stint, my left leg was just smacking all over the place. I couldn't keep it still.
So excellent. Thank you for that. Jimmy. And I think it's best if you go back to your stream and address your viewers now, and address Coin, who's currently in the car, and give him some motivation.
Cheers for streaming and broadcasting. I've done this before. I know it's a challenge to do 24 hours of commentary. So I guess well done from that, because I wouldn't want to do it again. Okay.
Right, and that was Mr. Broadbent from the GNS car. There we go, the 22 GNS Nissan GTR LM car. Diego Carantha has been in the pits for an extended period of time now. 32 car, 11th overall, 3rd in class. This might just be a full service for him without actually having to, without actually changing the tyres. Just going to have to see. Indeed, Carantha is missing the front, actually. That's certainly not what the 32 car needed. They needed second place with the 46 car in the lead. They needed second to get the championship, with the 46 in the lead and Atlantic in third. The 46 gets the championship by 1 point. That's the last thing that the Atlantic car needed. Question is, will he get back out in time? Rivera's just came out of Arnage corner. No, sorry, that's Mulsanne actually. Rivera and the number 47s just came out of Mulsanne. Carantha is still on the pit lane. That should be enough time for him to get out. So indeed, 9 hours to go. It's time for, I do believe it is time for another Artifact 2 early update, and indeed it is. So, as the sun starts to rise here at Le Mans, in the lead of the race is now Yuri Kasdorp in that number 21 Bella Simsport Audi R18. Second, Niki Jakovic in number 14 Virus Porsche, minute 36 behind, and about 45 seconds behind them. That's a lie. No, about 40 seconds behind him is Pavlos Maciunas in number 22 GNS. In fourth place is Adam Hodgkins in the number 3 Hudu Racing Audi, and in fifth is Daniele Pizzo in the number 5 Scuderia GT Italia. Essentially unchanged for quite a long time now. In first in the P2 class is Julian Hansen in the number 46 Seawolf Net Race Motorsport car. In second is Michael Bernard in the 31 Flatline car. In third is currently Diego Carranza in the 32 Atlantic Motorsport car, but he is in the pits. And fourth is Andres Rivero in the MVD Racing Team 47. And rounding out the top 5 is Carson Dindegaard at number 50 Undercover Sim Racing. In the GTs though, it's Yunus Rabio in the lead in the Bella Simsport number 89. Second is Kevin Ryan in the Dark Racing 84. Third is Sandro Petroziello. There we go, get that right eventually. Number 77. Fourth is Thomas Jacobs in the Flatline 53. And fifth is Bram Balin in the 66 SRVN. But Carantha is still in the pits. Carantha is still in the pits as Rivero comes down towards the second chicane. Hopefully Carantha can get out in time, because he really needs all the positions they can get, and just hope. I know it sounds horrific, but they need to hope that Seawolf runs into a problem in the last 9 hours. And that is Diego Carantha back out about half a lap ahead of Rivero in the MVT Racing Team car. However, they are a long way behind. They're a long way behind Michael Bernard. They're, oh jeez, that's them about 2.5 laps behind. It's really not going well for them. It's really not going well for Atlantic Motorsport. They need to hope that Bernard or Hansen get into a big spot of trouble. Pardon me. They need to hope that they get into a big spot of trouble. But the sun is rising again. Oh my goodness, this is going to be absolutely magical time, especially in DX11. Stream obviously being done in DX11. This is going to be one of the most magical times of them all. Yuri Kastorp in the pits in the lead of the race. From the lead of the race, I should say, into the pits. Niki Jakovic just coming up towards Porsche Curves. Sorry, that's it, just coming up towards Indianapolis. All parts of the track look the same once you get to this point in the race. But Kastorp in the pits from the lead of the race. He's got more than a pit stop advantage. That should be nice and safe for him, nice and easy. Have you looked down towards the GT end of the field, as that's Hodgkinson coming in? Have you looked down towards the GT end of the field though? Still Eunice Radio in the lead of the race. He's just coming through the Dunlop chicane. Kevin Ryan just coming through the Ford chicane. He's got to see what sort of gap Ravio has. Ravio's only had. That's Ryan has taken out 1.1 seconds out of Radio on that last lap. Ravio's lead is down to about 27 seconds. As Pavlos Machunas is in as well in the number 22 GNS car. Indeed, Ravio's lead down to about 27 seconds. The 77 car is quite a bit further behind though. He's just coming up to the first kink on the section between Mulsanne and Indianapolis. Kevin Ryan has just came onto the Mulsanne straight, so a large gap between second and third in class, and fourth. Fourth, I believe, is an entire lap down now. Yes, he is. He's a lap down on the leaders. So still 3 on the lead lap in GTs. 3 on the lead lap in P2s. As Julian Hansen comes into the pits. And there's 2 in the lead lap in P2s. But the question is, Hansen comes into pit. Where is Bernard going to pass him? Is Bernard going to pass him? Because it may all well come down to the 31 car to whether the 32 wins this championship. Bernard's most recent pit stop was lap 218, so 10 laps ago now, so he'll be coming in soon for his pit stop. But that is now Michael Bernard in the lead of the P2 class. If it finishes like this, and that's a driver change actually for Seawolf, Nicholas Probadnik back in the car. If it finishes like this, because Seawolf are second, Atlantic win the championship. It's only if Seawolf are first, Atlantic lose it. So it may come down to the 31 car whether the Atlantic wins the championship. I think that's very strange. My own timing screen messed up a little bit. I thought Probadnik went back into the pits again, but no, it was just a timing error on my screen. But Rickard Norgren is back into the pits without a front end. Let's see what happens at Sim HQ car. Sitting in the pits for quite a while. Let's see what Rickard Norgren did do. Just scrolling back myself, he's just going through the Maison Blanche, still on the front end. Coming down through Arnage, still on the front end. This appears to be slightly earlier within the lap. Is it Indianapolis again? The answer is yes, it is Indianapolis again. This time he's done almost the exact same thing as he did last time again. That's the fourth time that car has done that. Loses the rear end on the right-handed kink just before Indianapolis and spears off to the left. This time he just hits the end of that tyre barrier and bounces back out onto the track. Extremely lucky there's not another car following him right behind, otherwise that could have been a massive incident. Bernard comes into the pits in the 31 flatline car. Let's see what the gap is after this. Probadnik comes in. He's coming through the four chicanes at the moment, so almost a full pit stop the Seawolf car has. The Seawolf car almost has a full pit stop on the flatline car. Yes, Probadnik back into the lead of the P2 class. And that is Bernard just coming out of the pits. So just wait till the next lap to see what the gap is between the two. Probadnik is about halfway down the first part of the Honda DR. Bernard just coming through the Tech Rouge S. This could be very interesting. Of course, the 31 will be chasing the 46 as hard as it can in order to get the win of this race. The 31 still does have a minute chance of getting this championship, but they need to win the race. As it currently stands, the 46 has the championship, so of course they're going to defend with all of their might. And because the 32 car is about 2.5 laps down, it may be in the hands of the 31 as to whether the 32 wins the championship. DX11 looks absolutely wonderful on this track, doesn't it? The headlights shining through the side numbers, so bright, so vivid, and the same for the skins as well. All the paint jobs on these cars are nice and bright, and it really shows them off, especially at this time of the morning. Probadnik coming through the Dunlop curves, the double apex left-hander, now the long right-hander that you dive down into, now Virage Corvette, the short run up to Maison Blanche, which is the flat-out right-left, and down towards the Ford chicanes, the last section of the lap. Jakovic. Having looked at the battle for second place, Jakovic is losing a good 4 seconds a lap to Maciunas. At least he did the last lap lose 4 seconds to Maciunas, but it was a terrible lap from Jakovic to 30.469. Here we go, pardon me, the 46 car has a lead of about 30 seconds over Bernard. That's almost exactly 30 seconds to lead. 30 seconds in 8 hours and 43 minutes. Very, very interesting. Can easily be done. The question is, can it be done? Will the 31 feet find too much adversity, or will the 46 just find some pace out of the bag and pull out a massive gap? Just going to have to see. "40 seconds separates the 22 and the 4. Also only about 8 seconds the gap between Jacobs and Balin. There's 53 and the 66, the 53 being the flatline racing car, 4th in class overall, Balin being the 66 SRVN in 5th. Vicky Jakovic just coming up towards the Porsche curves. What can the virus driver do? Let's try and hold on to that second place. Jakovic's last lap at 26.9. Respectable lap. Just to see what Maciunas comes up with. Maciunas is just coming into the Porsche curves. Maciunas is almost about to come across the start finish line, and he's lost quite a bit of time on that last lap. 2 3/4 seconds he's lost on that last lap to Jakovic. That could could be just because of traffic, but Adam Hodgkinson gained a massive 5 seconds on him last lap. It's just a bit of the tuning and throwing of Le Mans. Eventually it does equalise, but possibly not until very, very late in the race. Burnley, the current leader in P2, has just gone through Arnage. Bernard has just gone through the second of the Kinks coming up to Indianapolis. So a little bit of a gap between the two, although Probadnik managed to gain a 1.1 seconds on Bernard that last lap. Bernard needs to be closing that gap down. He needs to be closing that gap down, not only for him, but for Atlantic to win the title. So indeed we're just 8 hours 36 minutes to go left in this race. Bernard this last lap has gained 3/10 on Probadnik, but still it's not quite enough for the flatline driver. Machunas has got to deal with traffic. He's dealt with Hodgkinson. And Machunas has let time this last lap. He's gained 2.1 seconds on Djakovic. But indeed, going back to that GT battle between Ravio and Ryan, how's that been since we last left it? Ravio's actually coming into the pits. So we yellow in the final sector. No longer have a yellow in the final sector, but it has been for the Texas Squadron Course number 68 car. Marcelli has crashed the final sector. Oh, extremely lucky that no other cars are coming. Across the top of the hill, the left-hander across the top of the hill here at the Porsche curves, the first of the left-handers, he just gets out far too wide, carries a bit too much speed through it, gets on the grass on the outside and just loses control on that, spears to the wall on the inside, on the left-hand side, then bounces right across the track, and he actually stops at about a 45-degree angle on the track. Very lucky that no other cars are coming there for Marcelli. But the Marcelli, that Texas Squadron Corsa car, has been in so much trouble today. They're yet to pass two cars that have been DNF'd for quite a while actually. The Maris Nikolai number 50 for Atlantic Motorsport car, and Nicola Hillebrand in the Magenta Warriors car. They're 13 laps off of passing the Magenta Warriors car. The Magenta Warriors car did retire. And find Nicola. And that's for Tom. Was it before then? Nicola, here we go. Here we go, broadcast. Nicola Hillebrand's incident, I do believe, was at 3:27 local time here. So that's 2 hours ago now. The Texas Squadron Corsa needs to do another 13 laps still to gain that 32nd place overall in order to beat Hillebrand. That is something quite extraordinary. Right, I'm going to go on a slightly longer break now, maybe about 10 minutes or so. I'll probably go make myself a coffee and listen to some loud music to help me wake up a little bit more. So I shall be back with you in about 10 minutes or so, hopefully. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Pardon me. I am back for that slightly longer break than I personally expected. But back to part 3 of the 24 hours of Le Mans. We have 8 hours and 11 minutes to go. It's not that much, really, is it? We've got a yellow flag. Pardon me, in the final sector at the moment. Who's it for? It's for Rickard Norgren in number 19 SimHQ car. He's gone off. He's got the front end is missing on that car. Where is that about? The 19 car's been there for quite a while. That's not even in the final sector. He's literally came out of the pits, then immediately binned it. Rickard Norgren has came out of the pits after being damaged in that previous Code 80. Got on the curbs on the right hand side at Dunlop Curve and immediately gone into the right hand side concrete wall. So the 18 has immediately binned it again, coming out of the pits after causing that last Code 80. And why is Thomas Schenkels in the pits? Thomas Schenkels is in the pits for a reason. We have Bernard and Probotnik. It's about 34 seconds still. It's about 30 seconds still, I should say. It's just possibly going up to about 32. And the gap between Ryan and Ravio is in the region of 30 seconds, so that's kind of came down slightly. As joining us at the moment, rejoining us, we have the slightly more relaxed Geordie of the two that we have on offer, Nick Newcomb.
Yeah, just a little info on the 66. It seems it's been taken over by AI.
That's exactly the same as what happened to the 54 Atlantic Motorsport car with Marius Nicolai.
So it looks like the 19's had a bit of trouble and needs fixed again. Track's looking glorious again after the night driving and the early morning is coming through.
Indeed, the DX11 really makes the track look extraordinary at this time of day.
It certainly does. Coupled with the colour schemes on the cars going round the track, really stands out. Teams and drivers doing really well at this minute in time, still going round. It's a real war of attrition, this 24-hour race.
Yeah, some attrition, but I do still think if I just quickly go through the field. Rickard Norgren comes back into the pits. I do believe we have only lost a quarter of our field, which you know is quite a good attrition rate once you come to think of it. As Dennis Hadlack has crashed.
Yeah,
Dennis Hadlack has had an incident in the Porsche curves. And that's massive suspension damage for Hadlack, and the rear wing has gone on that car. Oh, I'll tell you what it was. It was contact with Daniele Pizzo. And I don't think Hadlack was expecting Pizzo to come through there. It's through the first left-hander of the Porsche curves. Just as you come over the crest, Pizzo trying to go up the inside of Hadlack. That's not really a place where you can lap a slower car, is it?
It certainly isn't.
And that's caused Hadlack to be in the pits with significant damage. Daniele Pizzo being in the 5 car of the Scuderia GT Italia. And that's Ricard Norgren going back out again in number 19 car after his latest visit to the pits.
So no driver swap remains
No
in the
drive
car.
swap, no. This is Van der Woude coming up behind him in number 24 Magenta Warriors P1 car, and gets put, and Norgren lets him by. Norgren lets him through. .31 ahead of the 46, mainly because I think the 46 has just been in the pit lane. And indeed he has just been in the pit lane. Despite with the 31 car is ahead of the 46 for a lap or two. They do have that little offset area, and Bernard needs to get about 30 seconds on Probadnik in order to be able to get the lead of this race. About 30 seconds.
I'm just wondering if the transition is causing any problems. Any glare is causing any drivers any problems at the minute.
Possibly any glare, because this is an DX. Some drivers will be using DX11, of course. That improves all the graphics, but of course improves all the road glare and things like that. Possibly getting spooked by shadows, going in and out with trees set on buildings on the circuit, perhaps.
I think if you've been in the car as it's transitioning, I'm sure your eyes will transition with it. But if you're just coming in, maybe it could be causing a problem.
But as you said, the glare as well. That might be something these cars have to contend with.
I'll soon find out, because I'm back in the car for my final stint very soon.
Just another double stint, is it?
It certainly is, and I'll report back on that very subject.
How was your previous double stint, though? How was
It
it?
was interesting. A couple of funny positions and points on the track where overtakes were done to a fashion by P1 cars. Obviously, some where it was a joint effort to get them through. But it was obviously a bit tiring and a bit tough to get through. The lap times weren't my normal standard, but at the end of the day, we're looking to claw back some time, and we're mid-20s now at the minute, so we're quite happy with that.
The Fanatec Drake car being 28th at the moment.
Yeah, 28th. I think I handed the car over in 30th. I took the car over and at the start of my previous stint, where I think we were about 30 seconds spot, 3 or 4 laps down, so each stint we're claiming a couple of spots, so that's just slowly but steadily getting back up.
Back up into the top 20, which is, of course, your
That's
goal
what,
for
yeah,
this
it's
race
going to be
now.
tough. Yeah, it's going to. We'll get by the 169, and then we've got to chase down a further 6 laps, which Ben's just done. So now we've got 6 laps to try and claw back in the next 2 or 3 stints. But we're going to do it. We did 7, clawed back quite a number of laps at the minute.
But just as we were talking there, we have reached the length of the Silverstone race to go. 8 hours to go. I do believe it is time for another hourly update. In the lead of the race at the moment is Christian Michel, back in that Velis Sim Sport number 21. Second is Niki Jakovic, 100 seconds behind. And third is Pavel Smechunas in the number 22 GNS Endurance, a further 35 seconds behind him. In fourth is Adam Hodgkinson, number 3 DHR Audi. And in fifth is Daniele Pizzo in the Scuderia GT Italia number 5. In your P2 class, first is Nicholas Probadnik in the Seawolf net race car. Second is Jason Jones in the Flatline Racing car. That's a driver change. Third is Tunga Guardian in the Atlantic Motorsport 32. That's also a driver change. Currently in the pits in fourth is Andres Rivero in the MVD Racing Team number 47. And fifth is JT Tammy in the Champion Racing 38. In GTs, the current leader is Eunice Ravio in the Velis Simsport 89. Second is Kevin Ryan in the Dark Racing 84. Third is Sandro Petrozello in the 3-wide Motorsport number 77. Fourth is Boyd Bryson in the Flatline Racing 53. And fifth is Ahmed Demirkan in the Caspian Motorsport 175.
Only 8 hours to go.
Only 8, it's fine. Fine, only 8.
It's been full of incidents. I had a feeling there would be incidents through the night. Right, I've got to start getting ready now.
So girls, start getting ready for
Yeah,
your next stint.
jumping in the
Your
car.
final stint.
Yeah. So keep up the good work, and I'll see you on to the side.
Indeed. So yes, just under 8 hours to go now, the same length as the Silverstone race that we had here in the VEC. That was in January. If I remember correctly, I think that may have been round 4. Was it round 5 of the championship? Can't quite remember. I think it might have been round 5 actually, because I think it was then just Sebring, Interlagos, Le Mans, and this is round 8. So I think it was round 5. But yes, this is the 8th race in the championship. It's been a bit of a tumultuous season so far. A very interesting season so far. Been lots of movers and changers in each class during each race. Really, the championship table has moved. The first race was at Indianapolis, the 6 hours of Indianapolis. In that race, Duke Henson Racing, number 2, got off to a fantastic start of the season with the win, followed by Team Spirit Racing in their only show of the season. Then in third place was the number 21 Vel Simsport, the one who's currently in the lead of the championship at the moment. In P2s, it was Seawolf Net Race that won. The podium was rounded out Champion Racing and Scuderia GT Italia Forte. And in GTs, Vel Simsport, the 94 one, followed by Dark Racing 84. Then in third place was the 3-wide Motorsport 77. So again, very similar to what we see just now. Very similar. You can see this very similar places for these top 3 as we're seeing them right now. Second round of the season was the 6 hours of Istanbul, classic Turkish track. Always provides a great bit of racing. In the LMP1, it was the 21 Velas that won that race. Then it was the Team Virus in second. Then in third place, it was the Volvo 14. The LMP2, it was Scuderia GT Italia Forte getting 1 place better than the previous round. In second was the Atlantic Motorsport 32, and third was the Vela Simsport 33. In GTs, it was Dark Racing that won, and then Scuderia GT Italia in second, the 91. Then in third place was the Velas 94 Simsport. Then, the slightly longer race of the season, we had next Silverstone, the classic track down in Nottinghamshire. I think it's in Nottinghamshire. It's about a 20-minute drive or so from Milton Keynes. And the winner of that race was Team Virus. Second was the 14 of Vodbull, making 2 podiums in a row. And third was the number 3 Doug Henson racing car. After having 2 fourths in a row, managed to get 1 place better with that third. In LP2, the winner was Atlantic Motorsport. Second was Seawolf Net Racing. Third was MVG Racing Team. In the GTs, the winner was Sim Racing for Holland, the 52. SRVN 66 was third. Was second, I should say, rather. And third was the 88 No Limit Motorsport. So you can certainly see in the GT class, a lot of cars have had podiums already. You know, each race was a little bit unpredictable. You know, different podium finishers each time, just creating a little bit of spice into the season. Then it was to Suzuka. Very difficult to pass at Suzuka because a lot of it is turning. The S's, spoon curve, the hairpin would run up to 130R. Lots of tempers were flying at Suzuka, and the winners were Team Virus, taking their second win in a row. Second was the number 2 Doug Henson Racing. Third was the number 9 3-wide Motorsport. In LMP2, the winners was Vela Simsport. Second was the number 31 Flatline, and third was the Seawolf Net Race 46. So that means when coming up into 4th race of the season, in LMP2, no car had won twice. 4 winners in 4 different races when you've only got 9 cars in the class. Just goes to show what a wonderfully diverse class it is, and the caliber of racer in the class. Caliber of racer to show that, you know, every team can get a win, every team can get a good podium. And in LMGTs, the winner was the Dark Racing 84, their second win of the season, their third podium. Second was Veles in the 94, and then third was the Rare Endurance 76. Next up was Sepang, a short jump from Japan to Malaysia, and Team Virus took their third win on the bounce. Second was the Vodbull racing car, yet again second, always the bridesmaid, never the bride. And then third was the number 1 Vidar Ragnar simulator car, the reigning champions getting their first podium of the season at round 5. their championship defence was not going well. In the P2s, Atlantic Motorsport became the first to break the streak and become the first team to get 2 wins in the season. Second was Champion Racing 38, and third was the Seagull 46. Added LMGTs, the winners was Scuderia GT Italia. Second was the Vela Sport 94, and third was the, if I can just find them, third was the Dark Racing 84. So you can see the consistency of all these top teams: Dark Racing, Veles, Atlantic, Seawolf, Virus, Godbull, always getting up there towards the podiums, always being consistent, and that's what's really needed in endurance racing. It's consistency. Then it was the Sebring, the 12-hour, the second longest race of the championship, double the normal length, but still awarded the same amount of points as normal. So perhaps teams weren't as going as hard at Sebring because they knew it was only worth the same amount of points. The winner overall there was Valley Simsport. And second was the number 2 Doug Henson Racing, and third was the Magenta Warriors 24, the first podium for the Nissans all season. In LMP2, the winner of that one was Atlantic Motorsport, the third win of the season, their second in a row. In second was his number 40 Scuderia GT Italia, and third was the Flatline 31. In LMGT, the winner was the 91 Scuderia GT Italia, followed home by the Sim Racing for Holland, then the 72 Atlantic car. Then, the last time out at Interlagos, the rain came down and it was an absolutely fantastic race. The winners overall of that race were Virus, yet again their 4th win out of 7. Second place was the 21 Velas, and third the 1 ACO ECR, their first podium of the season. In LMP2, the winners were Magenta Warriors Racing, the 48, followed home by the 33 Velas, and then this 46 Seawolf Motorsport, Seawolf Net Race team, only the second time they've been off the podium all season. And in LMGT's, Velas 94 took home the victory, followed by 3 wide, then followed home by the 53 Flatline car. So that's the story of how we got here so far. You can see that, you know, a lot of the teams were up in the podiums a lot of the time, such as Virus, such as Vodbull, such as the 21 Velas car. But you've also had some teams with a lot of consistency that really haven't had that amazing results, such as the number 40 Scuderia GT Italia. They were tied second coming into here. Such as the Champion Racing car, they were 4th in LMP2 coming into this race. You know, not always having blistering results, but just having nice consistencies allowed them to be in the championship hunt. Kevin Ryan's coming into the pits for Dark Racing. But a minute between Probodnik and the about a minute between Probodnik and Jason Jones in the 31 car at the moment. About a minute between the leaders in GT. Sorry, in LMP2. About well, it is actually exactly a minute 45-ish in P1. And GT between Ravio and Ryan Not exactly sure because Ryan is still in the pit lane, but I'm telling you that Ravio is pulling out that gap a heck of a lot. Made a driver change for the 84 car actually. You know, Pinto's now in. Swapped it from Kim Ryan. Badnik indeed leading by about a minute and 5 at the moment. Christian Michel leading by almost 2 minutes. And Eunice Revio leading by about a minute 50. So about equal leads in all three classes at the moment. Vindis in the 72 car is also in the pits now. What has happened to him? Have a look at what happened to Martin Vindis in the number 72 Atlantic Motorsport car. Not exactly sure what's happened to Martin Vindis. It appears it might have been a disconnection actually. It will have been a disconnection. But no, it actually says accident. Has he had a complete accident somewhere out on track? Very interesting to see what happened to Vindus. I have a feeling it might have just been a straight up disconnection. Ah, Martin Vindus went head on at Indianapolis apparently. That's what will have gone wrong, and that would have been a massive incident. There's no such thing as a small incident at Indianapolis. But a minute and 5 still between the 31 and the 46. Now that the 46 has made its pit stop. I see it's about a 2 minute lead now, Eunice Radio has on the rest of the field. Second car being an 84 of Nuno Pinto, the dark racing car. Second being Petroziello of the 77 3-wide car. Let's see what the time difference between the 46 and the 31 was the previous lap. Holden Jones gained a whole 7/10 of a second on Probadnik that last lap. But of course, every single tenth of a second counts, especially when it comes to a race where it could be as close like one like this. The race could become extraordinarily close at the end, and this every single tenth of a second you can get now could make a difference towards the end. Holden Jones actually gained 2 seconds on that last lap, I believe. He didn't gained 2 seconds on that last lap, so Holden Jones slowly eking into that lead of Probadniks. Djokovic and Maciunas' time last time were essentially identical, only 8 thousandths of a difference between the two of them. Ravio just came through the pits for just a fuel stop. That's him leaving now. Nuno Pinto in second place has just gone through Arnage. That's such a lead that Ravio has managed to build, and indeed the entire 89 Glass team has managed to build over the past, what would that be? The past amount of time since the race began, 16.5 hours. Only 25 seconds between Curry and Neuhoff. Curry in the 94 car, Neuhoff in the 52. That's going to be between the Vela Sim Sport car, the current championship leaders coming in, and Neuhoff being the Sim Racing for Holland car at third place in the championship coming in here. But these poor results from both these teams is going to make sure that neither of them are going to grab hold of the gold. And we're showing 9s in the pits in the 170 car. There's 11 cars now DNF, 29 circulating. Nicky Jakovic just came into the pits in number 4 Virus car. Oh, that's a DHR car going round. That's parking spun in the middle of the Porsche curves. That's an unbelievably dangerous place. Almost gets collected by the one Alco car. Almost get collected by Boyd Bryson. Almost gets collected by Guardia as well. Oh my goodness, that was unbelievably clenching for parking. Massive spin from parking. I have no idea how he didn't get collected. First now almost a full lap down on the leaders, the 21 car. By virus, I might have meant Nissan, GNS. Just coming through the second chicane is GNS, Christian Michelle. Just coming through the first chicane. So only one section of Mulsanne straight separates Pavlos Machunas from being lapped. Machunas lost 1.4 seconds to Taylor in that last lap. Also lost 4.3 to Hodgkinson, but Hodgkinson really doesn't matter because he's multiple laps behind Machunas. Unsurprisingly, Parkin's last lap was a 3:41.7. No idea why that would have been. Wolf was in the pits, was Bud Barnick at the wheel. Holden Jones coming up towards the first chicanes. As that's a GT car going through the gravel to try and enter the pit lane. We've seen that many times today that cars just overshoot the pit lane and take the gravel option. I'm going to take a quick break. I shall be back with you in about 3 minutes. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I am back. We now have. If I just quickly get it up, we now have 7.25 hours remaining. Exactly. So a lot can still happen in this race. The 46 still at the head of the P2 field, which is very bad news for the 32. Adam Taylor in that number 4 car, still in second place with Pavlos Machinas trying to chase him down. Being in second place is very good news for the Virus car, because that does mean you win the championship at this moment in time. Taylor though has only got about a 34 second lead at the moment, so still can't be complacent. Michelle though does have a very nice lead. He's got a bit. Michelle on that 21 car does have a very nice lead at the moment. It's a 2.5 minute lead. I say that I can't actually do maths. Machinas is only actually 25 seconds behind. Eunice Ravio still holding strong in first position at the moment in the GT class, with Nuno Pinto still his closest challenger in the 84 car. GNS have been in the pits on this lap though. Ricard Norgren in the pits yet again without a front end. Pavlos Maciunas has now been lapped, so only 2 cars left on the lead lap. Michelle and Adam Taylor, though Adam Taylor is 2 minutes 25 down, so only about a minute until he gets lapped himself. Sean Campbell in the pits in the number 38. I'm just wondering how many front ends have SimHQ lost this race? I think it must be in the region of 8 or 9, surely. '94 car back out, down 22nd place. 6th place in class. 19 has changed drivers, it's now Gomez instead of Norgren. I've decided after I think about 3 or 4 front ends in a single stint, it's time for Norgren to get out of the car. Tunga Guardia. Oh dear, pardon me. Tunga Guardia now into the pits. Ah, very interesting. So essentially the top 2 in P2 class pitted within a lap of each other now. So they're essentially on the same strategy. So you don't really see any offsets anymore. So this is exactly how they're running on the road. You can see there's only how much is that? There's only 19, 20 seconds between the two of them. That's really all there is. Both of them have made their pit stops. As I said, they're within about a lap of each other. In GT class, you have Ravio. Ravio just coming through the Dunlop chicane. New Pinto in second, just coming through the long right-hander. In the Porsche curves. Heiko Kolvenbach just coming down the second section of the Mulsanne straight, and those are the only 3 left on the lead lap of GT. But to have 3 left on the lead lap after what is coming up to be 18 hours of racing? No, that's a lie. 17 hours of racing. That is something quite extraordinary. As joining us now, we have the the driver of the number 3, Adam Hodgkinson.
Good morning.
Good morning indeed. So tell us about the story of the 3 so far this race and how your stints have gone.
I would say the story of the 3 has been a reflection of the story of 3's championship. We haven't really made any large mistakes, but people seem to have crashed into us, which doesn't help. So we've just been 2 laps down ever since then. And we're not, unless Bailey's in the car with his race face on, we're only a smidgen quicker, so we're never going to catch a time. So we have to wait for one of them to run into a wall before anything can happen.
So as you said, well, that's James Wilson in the car at the moment. 4th place, still a very respectable result at the moment is 4th place, but obviously after capturing pole, you would have wanted a slightly better result than 4th.
Yeah, we spent the first, till sort of the 2 incidents we had in quick succession put us the 2 laps down. We spent the first, I don't know how many hours, so just over 4 hours. Every code 80 came out as we were just going across the start-finish line. So I believe Bailey lost the lead to the Vodpol at one stage because they were able to put under code 80 and we weren't. So then we caught them back up and overtook them again. And then it was just a case of, it just seemed to, every time it would fall not in our favour, which is how it goes sometimes. It's just over 24 hours you'd expect 1 or 2 to go for you, but we literally had none. We've had a couple since, but it's at a point where it doesn't actually make any difference anymore. So about just after maybe 1 or 2 in the morning, we made the decision of just let's stick some mediums on it and just do doubles on mediums just to see if we could push anything or anything along those lines. But Bailey's stints on mediums he was doing some amazing laps that it should have been the fastest laps, but every single time there would be some GT in the Porsche curves, so you just instantly, it doesn't matter what tyres you're on, you're never going to go any quicker. So that was a bit frustrating, but on the whole it's been enjoyable. I've managed to stay up since the beginning, and I'll probably stay up till the end. It's not too long left. So yeah, it's been enjoyable, and as I said earlier, we're in a bit of an odd position where we're kind of just going round. I mean, we've put 2 laps on Radielli since
You've got 2 laps ahead and 2 laps behind.
Yeah, I mean, we were, when I pitted, 1 lap behind, but obviously only just, so it may as well have been 2. They were kind of literally just following me around.
So how have you found the racing with the other classes when you were close to people? Did you enjoy racing them when have you been able to lap people easily? Have they been a bit courteous today?
On the whole, mostly. There's been a few, say, P2s who seem to be reluctant to pass a GT, and then you just end up in this queue and you can't really do anything about it. And then there's been some repeat offenders, I guess. They're probably the ones that are towards the bottom of the field, most likely, where they just seem to be a bit erratic or just in and out the pits a lot for unknown reason. I don't know how many times I've seen that SimHQ P1 in and out, or going slowly somewhere on the road.
Indeed, I've been wondering that themselves. They came in with no front end, quite numerous times now. But about how have you enjoyed this season driving with DHR? How's the season been as a team, or has it just been a bit of a mess season?
As a team in the 3 car, it's been great. Myself, Wilson and Woodbury, who was unfortunately unable to do this event. We've had a really good sort of season as such. We've had some bad luck. I think we've made 2 driving mistakes all season. Unfortunately, mistakes cost you big time, and that's all it takes. We've just always seemed to be a magnet for other people, but that's just the way it goes, unfortunately. But as a team, I've really enjoyed it. It's been really good. The results have been frustrating. First 3 rounds, or even 4 rounds, I think after that we were only 5 points off the lead of the championship. We were completely forgotten because we hadn't won anything, but we had basically been fourth and third, and were right up there. But because we hadn't won, we were kind of flying under the radar a little bit. And then we sort of had some bad luck with other people deciding to crash into us. Just silly things from there on. But I can't really take that away from us as a team. I think we've done really well, other than those little sort of annoyances.
Now joining us now we have your, well, part teammate, part rival, I would say, Kieran Parkin from the number 2 car. Would you sort of like agree with that final statement Adam just made?
Adam was talking.
He was talking.
I'm so done. I can't move, Neil.
Oh dear. What's
this
happened?
wasn't supposed like this whole commentary gig for you. This wasn't supposed to happen.
It wasn't
Oh my
supposed to
God.
happen.
I need to look back at all 3 parts so far and figure out how long I've been in that car.
What's
Oh
wrong,
my-
Kieran? Are you?
I've been awake too long. I'm just done. My brain is working less than 0% right now.
So how's been your latest stint in the 2 car then?
Really good fun. I don't know why. I know exactly why I volunteered to do another stint. It's because nobody was around to take over. So I was like, you know what?
Wow.
I'm just gonna keep going. Yeah. I have had so far in all of the hours and laps in my car. I've only had one I would consider major incident, and that was when I ran a little wide coming off of the Dunlop S's up to Tete Rouge. Just touched the grass and grazed the barrier
Front
enough
end
to
came off.
send the front end into space. That sucked. And I also had I've had a couple of near misses. I had a
Yes,
savage
there was
wiggle at Indianapolis. Oh, I'll get to that one in a minute. I had a savage wiggle at Indianapolis and went off into the gravel. No harm done, just a bit scary. And then I'm assuming you saw it. What happened in the Porsche curves?
Just a slight spin in the Porsche curves.
Just a
it's
little
fine.
spin, and then me literally clenching my butt so hard. I probably
heard the
grabbed my
screams.
chair. The internal screaming.
The internal
I have to
screen.
say, mad props to Coin. I don't know which GT it was. I think it was the Taco car and Tonga as
Taco
well,
car.
who arrived late.
I think it was both
Mad
Ryzen
props
as
to
well,
those guys
53.
for paying attention to the yellow flag and not T-boning me, because that would have really just ruined my mood. So yeah, thanks guys for obeying yellow flags. It's very much appreciated.
Speaking of T-boning, the current driver in the 3-car, James Wilson, had a little bit of a questionable rejoin
He
at
has
the exit of the Porsche
said that
curves.
he's had a couple of nasty wake-up calls just before I left. So
It was quite early in the race. It was quite early in the race, but he had a bit of a questionable rejoin at the Porsche curves, and that helped take out.
yeah, that's right. I
helped take
remember.
out the talking door car.
Yeah, the problem we had is he spun avoiding another accident because visibility is
Yes,
zero.
he did. Yes.
So we were trying to use the trap map to guide him through where he would have enough time, and he almost made it, but there's never any big enough gaps at that stage. So it was a case of he made one move across the road. I think I didn't see it because I was just busy watching the trap map, and unfortunately I think it was an Aston at the time.
It's talking door. Yep.
Yeah,
71
came
car.
into the side of him. I don't think he was even going that fast either, which is
No, it
frustrating.
wasn't. No.
We've had bodywork damage because Bailey managed to hit a wall in the Porsche curve, but not too much damage apart from the body damage.
Yeah,
did he
and
manage
he
to do?
decided not to tell us about it as well.
What did he do?
He hit the wall in the Porsche curves. We don't know how or where to only get body damage, but he sort of mentioned the car wasn't really going in a straight line very well, but it was only just off. So I wasn't looking forward to driving a car where I'd have to steer left all the time, but you know, you have to do it sometimes. So it was kind of a bit of a blessing to have a car repaired before I got in it. Not the best way to have it all done, but yeah, we were running injured for a little bit, but it wasn't enough to actually harm the pace too much.
So, Kieran, what would be your summing up of the DHR season?
Contrasting, if I had to pick a word. We've had some extremely strong results. We've got a win, I think, 2 second places, and a handful of sort of like 4th, 5th. And then we've also had some very lackluster results. 10th at Silverstone when we were running comfortably within the top 5. Istanbul, Max believes he could have driven that car to a podium finish, but an internet drop kind of put an end to that one. That was 9th, so I'm just trying to think of what else. Istanbul, Ethan had the most horrific crash I think I've ever seen in sim racing, where he gently booped a barrier at about 10 kilometers an hour. I'm surprised he survived.
It exploded.
Yeah, it exploded. He had several fractures in every bone in his body. No, it was the most pathetic crash I think I've ever seen. But hey ho.
Of course,
what
did
else?
it take the front bodywork off? Did it take the front bodywork
Yes,
off?
it did. It did.
Of course it did.
It did. It was an extremely depressing crash to watch back. At the time, very funny. We all enjoyed it.
Where was it? Where'd you even manage to hit a tyre barrier?
You know the double right-hander in Sector 2? Neil.
Which one?
The double right-hander, the fast double right.
Yeah, the one
Then-
before turn 8.
No, Sepang.
You said Istanbul.
Look, I'm dead, Neil. I don't know the difference. Close
The
enough.
one
Yes,
before the
I
hairpin
know
in
the
the
one that you
middle.
mean now. I know the one that you mean now that you said the right track.
Yeah.
But yes, I know
He
which one,
basically ran wide, coming off the first one, and sort of got on the curb. It put him on rails, then got on the gravel. Couldn't slow down quite enough. Ever so slightly booped to the barrier, and the front end flew off because of reasons.
Just an ever so slight boop.
Ever so slight boop. Like, front end shouldn't have come off, but hey ho. You know, that's racing. Yeah.
Apparently we got Wilson with no nose.
Oh, James, no.
Let's have a look at what happened to James.
You've been going really well as well. You've been in the 22s.
James.
Whoops. I do believe my game is freaking out. I believe that's the correct term for it.
It's Alpha Factor 2.
The replay isn't quite working properly. Oh well. It's happened in the middle sector, I think. 'Cause it's at a 1 minute 27 middle sector.
Yeah, that's
127.9
quite
middle
slow.
sector.
Yeah, he's
There's
working his way
probably-
through the Porsche curves.
Guess he's
It's
dropped
probably
it.
happened somewhere through there.
I guess maybe he's run over a curb at one of the chicanes and it's just spat him into a wall. It's the only thing I can think of. Maybe Tete Rouge.
I go see how he's doing.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
See you in a bit.
Alrighty.
That's Adam Hodgkinson disappeared, but we're in a rather peculiar position now. Certainly in the P2 battle, because to win the championship, Atlantic are relying on Flatline to pass Seawolf.
And
They pitted at roughly the same time last time round, and Flatline have said they're on a bit of an alternate strategy. So we just have to see.
Yeah. So to cheer for Atlantic, I need to cheer for Flatline. Is that what you're saying, Neil?
Yes.
Right. Okay. I know who I'm cheering for. There's no bias here. None at all. Don't know what you're talking about. How are you feeling anyway? You've been going for, well,
Yes.
17 hours and 17
Yes.
hours and something minute. Yeah.
Probably. Yeah. Roughly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Update on James Wilson. Apparently 675 seconds of damage because the 68 car stopped on the apex of the second half of Dunlop.
Ooh, nice.
Oh
68
dear.
Texas Squadron Corsa, who I
Yeah.
think is about 20 laps down on the next car.
They have been struggling, to say the least.
Struggling is a statement.
Yeah,
Yeah, Larry,
I've had a few.
yes,
I've had a few
good.
issues with them, but it's more just sort of catching them by surprise. I don't think they really expected me to be approaching them as fast. But I don't know.
They are currently 21 laps down on the next car, but still running.
Yeah, well, they're still
They've
running
yet
at
to-
something, but
21 laps down in a 21 laps in a GT car is about an hour and 20 minutes, roughly.
Well, it just shows how it can always be worse for you. I mean, us at DHR we haven't had the best race, but compared to some people, it's been quite good in comparison. So we can't complain really.
SimHQ car, for
Sim
example,
HQ
P1.
have been in the pits more times than they've crossed the start-finish line on track. I
It
really
is-
feel for them because what a situation to find yourself in as Jakovic parks sideways right in front of James. I guess it's not a big deal because James can be there for a while, but could be park properly.
It's also Taylor in the 4 car. It's Taylor.
Yeah. Adam Plus. There goes, I believe that's Nicodem.
Schroeder's coming to the pits, as is Jason Holden-Jones. So the top 2 and P2 have came in at the same time. It now looks like this is going to be a straight race between the two of them for the last 6 and 3/4 hours.
A straight race for still
6 and 3/4 hours.
More than a normal race distance at VEC. That's
Yes.
it's all to play for. It really is. I mean, I'm gunning for the Atlantic Championship, but I want to see a good battle. I don't want it to just be handed to them. Like, I want them to fight for it. I know that they will. They will. I'm waiting for Philippakos to get back in that car and start lighting up the timing screens.
Lazarus. Oh, then I read earlier in the YouTube chat that Lazarus's tyre wear was better than April's.
It was, yeah. April is a
Which-
smooth driver on a
which
wheel.
doesn't make
Lazarus
sense.
is quite an aggressive driver. By
On a
aggressive, he
controller.
Scandinavian flicks the car into hairpins. He was doing that at Suzuka. His tyre wear was better and he's on a controller. I don't understand.
He's also playing in an internet cafe, I believe, as well.
What?
Yeah, that was on the Discord earlier. He's playing,
Really?
I think he's
Lazarus,
playing
are you
an internet cafe,
serious?
so.
Are you for real? Are you even real?
Just why not, eh?
Maybe we can get a camera on John Davies. I'm seeing him quite close to Sean Campbell. That's 5th in LMP2.
It is one
I
second.
believe.
Yeah, I think it should be collected by then. That should be fine. Yep.
I don't know how I'm still awake, Neil. Please explain.
Yes. I must admit, on that in lap there, Holden Jones did lose 2.25 seconds to Schroeder, so. But it is kind of all to play for. There's about 20 seconds between the two. But it's going to be a 6 3/4 hour shootout for the winning P2, it appears.
Feels wrong to say a 6 hour and 42-minute sprint race. That doesn't seem right in my mind. But then nothing seems right in my mind at the moment because it is literally a melted mush.
Was the DHR cars affected at all on the first lap?
No,
Incident?
we were obviously we started 1-2, so we were clear.
Oh,
of,
you were 1-2, weren't you?
We were clear of that.
Yeah, I forgot
So
about that.
our issues came a little bit later.
Yeah, Maxi had a
When we've
graphics
had
freeze.
Yeah, Max had a graphics freeze and got completely destroyed by the 40
By the
car.
40.
Again, not GT Italia's fault, just an unfortunate technical issue for us. They were actually worse off than we were, so you got to feel bad about that.
Bailey had the run-in with the MVD.
He did. Shortly after Max switched to Ethan, Ethan had a wheel issue, which put his car in the wall. Yeah, that's the thing. When we've had issues, they've been quite severe and in close proximity to one another. Because when I lost the front end in the middle of the night, it wasn't a long stop, but I switched over to Ethan just because the added drag that you get when you damage the car and repair it without doing a swap. It's just not worth doing. Like if you can get the swap done with the damage repair, it's the most efficient way of doing it. But then shortly after that, he outbraked himself. I think what he said was he was looking at his second monitor, and when he looked back, there was a GT right in his face coming down to Mulsanne Corner, so he threw the car off to the left and couldn't stop it in time and lost the front end. And that happened quite soon after he got in the car. So it's just... Beyond that, and obviously my interesting spin at the Porsche curves, it's...
Interesting, yeah.
Oh god.
DHR going to be back for next season then?
Oh yeah, in some way, shape or form. I don't know how many cars, I don't know who. As long as there's interest among our group, then we'll always be here. So I don't know if I will be. I have no idea. We'll see. Lazarus wasn't kidding. He just sent me a picture on Facebook of him sat in an internet cafe.
Yep.
Absolute madman. I have no words. Playing on a controller in an internet cafe, trying to win a championship in a 24-hour race. Like, it's crazy.
Yeah, there's reasons.
He is insane.
Maybe Campbell and Davis are rather close together. It's a 38 champion and a 50 undercover.
Yep.
It's for 5th in class.
Indeed.
Coming down through the Porsche curves, down the right-hander, the swooping right-hander, into Virage Corvette, that spits you out towards Maison Blanche. It looks like Davies had a shot possibly going into one of the chicanes a couple of laps ago, but didn't manage to make it stick.
Yep.
So, but these two cars seem very evenly matched at the moment.
They do. I should point out that I believe James has dropped behind Scuderia GT Italia. So Radielli in the 5 is up to P4 overall.
So he is, that is true.
They've kept out of trouble. I don't think they've had a single issue all race, and they're
they took out a
fourth.
GT car. They took out Haddock. They took out the Pura Logitech car. Had an incident with them, I should say, through the Porsche cars.
Right. Okay. I'm gonna take it back then.
When Pizza was at the wheel of it.
To my knowledge, they had no issues, but if that's the only issue they've had, I don't feel like that affected them too much. Probably more
No.
the PRL
Probably more.
Logitech car. Let me get a live timing up here, so I can see what's going on.
Davis seemed to have a fantastic run through the Tetra Rouge S, just coming before Tetra Rouge, but it just appeared to lose all his momentum coming down the straight.
Nicodem is in the pits as well in the 2. I don't think that's scheduled. because he was in the pits when James was in the pits. Oh dear, what's happened to Nicodem? I shall consult the Hodge and see what happened. Yeah, Ethan's gotten into the 2, so I would imagine Nicodem has had an incident and lost some bodywork. Oh dear. He's backed it into a wall somewhere, according to Hodge, so that's a new one. I don't think we've eaten up the rear end of our car yet, so
First
there you
lap
go.
of the first lap of the first flying lap, I should say, of the P2 stops Frederick Schroeder with a 42.555. Golden
Yeah.
Jones comes across with a 42.398, so just a tenth and a half faster.
There's nothing to pick between them. Extremely evenly matched. John Davies all over the back of Campbell again. Wondering when he's going to go
That's
for
an
it.
interesting move by the No Limits car. There's really nothing that Campbell could do there. No Limits currently being driven by... Oh, my goodness, I think that
Mueller,
might be the No
Michael
Limits car
Mueller.
on the wall. No, it's not. A fantastic save there by Mueller. But it has allowed Davies to get right up the back end of Campbell.
He is sniffing him. Might see this on the stream in a moment. Whoa. Okay, yeah, he got... Oh. Yay. Oh!
There
Yeah,
we go.
he sort of got shoulder barged off the track.
Off the
That's
track.
well held, sir. That could have been a massive incident for No Limit, holy crap.
I was just watching it and No Limits seemed to go away somewhere. I
Yeah.
just assumed they were going to have a massive accident. But
Gee.
Davies is far closer to Campbell this time round, coming down the straight, coming down the first part of the Honda DR, coming down to the large chicane.
Hmm. I just yawned as well, just
Oh no.
had
still
my
think there
mic
should-
closed.
There should be a single collidable bollard somewhere on the screen, somewhere in the
What,
single
just
non-movable bollard,
just for
somewhere on the
banter?
track, but you know, not
yeah.
told where it is.
Yeah.
As Taylor comes by,
Boyne in the pits for GNS. He's been doing well. We've been keeping an eye on him. Hodge has been doing his best to try and claw some time back off them. Sort of been looking at his lap times, seeing what they're doing. Just as something to aim for, to keep us focused. And he's been doing a good job. Has Coin. Still running in third. Uh-oh. Nicodem is back in the 2 car, so...
interesting.
Ethan's only just got in. Oh no. Are we having a meltdown?
A meltdown? Why are you doing that?
I'm trying to figure out what's going on here. I'm asking Hodge. I don't particularly mind. Like I've enjoyed my time in the car. As long as we finish. Okay. They just wanted to do a swap to fix the top speed issue.
Oh,
And
okay.
Ethan wants some rest. And I don't blame him. I want some rest too, but last lap lap times last time round for the P2 leaders. Schroeder with a 340.5, Holden Jones with 342.6. The gap has increased, now up just over 30 seconds. Flatline are going to need to do a bit more if they want to catch Seawolf. Federico Suave in the pits for Scuderia GT Italia. 7th in class in LMP2. Gap remaining at 3/10 between Sean Campbell and John Davies. I'd commentate this as I see it, but I can't see it because I'm watching it on the stream, so I'm going by the live timing. You'll have to bear with me on that. I should say, if anybody is still awake and hasn't lost their minds, if you want to come up and join us for a little bit, feel free to do so. It'd be nice to hear how people's races have been going. Hear how exhausted you all are. Still nothing to choose from between John Davies and Sean Campbell. Still about 3/10. Lap time is almost identical last time around. 340.168 for Campbell, 340.093 for John Davies. Absolutely nothing in it right now. Davies might have it here. Oh. I think he's got him. Yep, John Davies for Undercover Sim Racing up into 5th in class in LMP2. Sean Campbell pits. Anticlimactic. I couldn't see that because I'm watching timing. Schroeder's last lap was invalidated. So I'll keep an eye on that. Not showing a lap time last time around. So he's cut the track somewhere. I'm not entirely sure where. Let's go on board with, well, let's watch the 175 car. They're catching Flatline Racing car for fourth in GT. 4 seconds back is Ahmet Demirkan. And that lovely BMW. Tonga Guardia for Atlantic Motorsport in the pits, third in class. Ah, good. I was worried that you'd fallen asleep on the seat.
No, it's fine.
Excellent.
So, pardon me, what is, Davies managed to get
Davies has
quite far
passed
away from
Campbell, but Campbell pitted.
I imagine, yeah, I was thinking...
We were
within
watching Demirkan in the Caspian car, but he's also coming to the pits. He was within about 3 seconds of Bryson for fourth in class, but he is coming into the pits. So that one's over for now.
Indeed. So we have, of course, as I was saying before earlier this morning, we are splitting this race into 4 parts, for streaming purposes. So very soon we'll be switching over to part 4,
Yep.
the final part of the race.
Coming up to the final 6 hours of the race. That's not
Just the
depressing at
final
all,
6
is it?
hours.
Just the final. It's just a VEC race. There's no worries.
Just
James Wilson into the pits. 3 car. I believe that's scheduled. Maybe. I hope. I hope he hasn't made love to a barrier.
oh my. So yes, we are about to switch across to part 4 for just the final 6 hours. Just a normal VEC race. It's fine.
Yep.
So join us in part 4.
Join us. Please join us.